To all our batchmates, those who are here present on this auditorium, also we have made arrangement for people who couldn't attend and there are last moment dropouts, so they will also have the opportunity to see all of us talking to them. We are glad that we have been able to assemble, in fairly large number, and to be exact, 82, batch of 82. So we are actually targeting for hitting a century, and probably would have hit the century unless the dropout would have happened. So we actually reached 100, and then slowly, gradually, some dropout happened. Unfortunately, we have lost 11 of our batchmates who are no more with us and left us too early. Many professors who taught our batch at this institute, have also passed away. We all very fondly remember them, so let us have a 1 minute silence in memory of their departed soul. So please stand up. Okay, thank you. Sit down. Since we met 16 years back in the same auditorium, very close to this same December 2006 for Silver Jubilee Reunion, a lot has happened. And apart from aging and receding hairline, some of us have completed hectic corporate career. Most of our children have completed their education. They were probably in school that time. They have started their professional career also. Many of them have got married. Many of us have become grandparents. And some of us have started second innings of pursuing some hobbies and initiatives close to our hearts. And sadly, we have also lost some of our friends, who we remember. Some of our batchmates have also made us continuously proud by their spectacular achievements and being recognized for their contributions. I must mention about the receiving of Padma Shri by our friend S.P. Kothari. Piyush Gupta, chosen as the Global Indian of the Year at Economic Times Award for Corporate Excellence 2020. Ranjana being recognized as one of the most powerful women in banking. Amit Khare, currently serving as the advisor to the Prime Minister. And there are many more of our batchmates who have got outstanding achievements, but I think due to paucity of time, I'm not mentioning all. But I think everyone in this auditorium is an achiever of our batch, in their own field. Along with many alumni across batches, several former faculty members expressed, very, very displeasure about this logo change which has happened. So this is also a development which has happened of late. And of course, we'll have opportunity to discuss it. And this was, unfortunately, it was a very well-established, beautiful, recognized label, logo, and that has been replaced with something which probably many of us has expressed that we didn't like it. We also have gone through a phase during 2021 when we are not sure whether we'll be able to meet again, our friends. And I remember there's an initiative taken somewhere middle of 21, and we did a survey to find out how many would be interested. It came out, I think, only about 30. And then, I must talk about this gathering. This gathering has taking place because of, I think, one catalyst initiator. And I don't know whether you can guess this guy. His name is Piyush Gupta. because he was, after a couple of our friends, that we must meet and we must organize. I just somehow couldn't refuse, I got into that trap, and then I know what I've been going through for last 9 months. Let me just quickly take you through this program, though we have already shared. So today, this was a little brief I'm giving. And then, unlike other events where the vote of thanks is placed at the end, I'll do it in the beginning, because I think without the contribution of all the people, we would have not seen this happening, and happening, I think, fairly large scale and fairly effectively. So I'll do that. So this next part, we'll have a opportunity to listen to a couple of our batchmates. And as I said, every batchmate is an achiever, is a doer, and is a recognized person. But due to paucity of time, we are not able to cover everybody. I personally, given a choice, I would have liked to listen to everyone, give some time and listen to what they have been doing, how they have been doing, what have been the, high points of achievements. But what we have done, we have chosen, I'll talk about it later, so we'll listen to them, and most of them will talk about the unique, experiences they have gone through. And in a very short 3 to 5 minutes time has been given to them. Followed by that, we'll have a tea break, and by the time the faculty who have agreed to be here today will start joining us. So I have told them to join over a cup of tea at 11:15, so hopefully by 11 we should be able to break. And then they'll join. It will be followed by this faculty felicitation. Each one of them would be felicitated by some of our batchmates. Then next event is the release of the memorabilia. The souvenir has been very, very painstakingly done by none other than our Arun Goel. I mean, he is the driver. And it has really been a mark, actually. People are seeing this, and the collage creation, I must talk about that also. So, but it was possible because Arun Goel took the pain to get these photographs, of old and new and all that. So that has been put together. Followed by that, we'll have this group photograph. We intend taking probably 3. We'll have one with the faculty, one only the alumni, and alumni with family. So we'll have it in the LKP because Harvard Steps is now cordoned off. So it is closed. Post-lunch, we'll have a session. Again, we have picked up 10 entrepreneurs, very successful entrepreneurs from our batch. So they'll share their journey, what they've gone through. And that will be in presence of the PGP and PGPX students who will get an opportunity to listen to them, also ask questions. And then one team has agreed to make a presentation to get, the feedback from the people who are sitting over in this auditorium. So we'll have that, and then we'll leave this floor open for their general Q&A, apart from entrepreneurship, because a lot of people have got a lot of questions in their mind. They would like to listen to all these, achievers from our batch. Parallel will go on in the afternoon is some games for the families, but it's your choice. You can sit through the session of entrepreneurship and also can take part in the games. And that will take place probably at the lawn. Then we have the gala evening, cultural evening, which again will be led by Shashi and the team. So that we'll start around, we have decided to start 6:30 to 8:30, break for dinner, and again reassemble until the energy level is high. You can continue here. So that brings to the end of the day today. And then tomorrow morning, we'll start with sapling or planting saplings, which again some ideas floated, and we have been able to get this done. And we have invited Professor Barua, who has got the session from 10 a.m. to come a little early, and he'll also, on behalf of our batch, will do that. And a couple of our batchmates also can plant some saplings. And we have decided, since we are celebrating 40 years of our journey, we'll have 40 saplings to be planted. And rest will be done by the gardeners. Yeah. So again, I'll mention actually when you come to vote of thanks, who is behind and what happened. Then we'll have this Professor Barua's session on ICICI governance. And he chose this case. He said it's a very relevant, very recent, and he would like even the family members to join. So he said even they will be able to link to this topic. This came a little later. He said, third, I'm not able to join. So can I have a case discussion with your batch? I'd love to meet your batch. So by that time, Professor Jain's case discussion was already scheduled. But we found it difficult to, decline that. So once Professor Barua said, we said, okay, we'll go ahead with two. But we have spread it, one is morning, one is in the afternoon. After Professor Barua's session, we'll have a tea break, and then we've got an interaction with the director and deans from 11:45 to 12:45. Then there's a small slot given to this IMA endowment fund, so they'll make a short presentation. Then we'll have lunch, and then parallelly in the morning session, we are also arranging a trip to the, number one is the Kasturbai Lalbhai Museum, which has come up recently. I believe it has got a fabulous collection. Kasturbai himself was very keen to collect all kinds of, artifacts from there. So I think the families will definitely join there. And then they'll be taken to the Ahmedabad Hut, which is for doing some shopping of local stuff, and then Deepkala. And this will be led by Meenakshi, so she has agreed to be the leader for that morning trip. Then we'll have another case discussion in the afternoon with Professor Jain, and then we'll have the friendly cricket and basketball match, and then we'll finish this, 3-day reunion with a dinner at Vishala, the village atmosphere. I'm sure many of you have visited. So the program will end there, but then there's an extension program, which again, Shashi has taken the initiative and lead. So those who are joining, so we'll have 5th and 6th, 2 trips within Gujarat. So this is the program in brief. Now, to continue, so I said this, I mentioned already that is catalyst of this event. And this event marks the culmination of a long journey of 4 of us who chose to be self-nominated, core group members. Piyush Gupta, Shashi Sachdeva, Arun Goyal, and myself. So it's a self-nominated. And it all started with first availability of accommodation at IMA, and also looking for, because adequate accommodation not possible because they are really short of the rooms. So we had talked to some of the hotels and arranged for that addition. And then based on that, we decided the date. And after the date was finalized, we followed by program details, extended post-event outings, which Shashi is leading, looking for an event manager, a bank account for transactions, reaching out to our professors and all of you. All these required series of meetings and discussions. As you know, we shared the work. Arun led the efforts of creating this, the book Memorabilia, which will be released now. Shashi led the cultural events programming. Piyush generally pitched in and kept bringing some new ideas. And I was trying to do overall coordination and reach out to our professors, many passive batchmates, and the institute administration. We would like to place on record our heartfelt thanks for the generous contribution of several classmates in making this 40th reunion memorable. All of us have contributed towards expenses, but some of our batchmates have picked up some of those items. So one is Shamugam. Shamugam is the one who has arranged for all our T-shirts which are in, blue T-shirts. And he didn't stop there. In fact, then we thought of, for felicitating the faculty, we need the shawl. And of course, we are arranging for a gift card. So it was, to my surprise, I came to know 2 days back that even Shamugam has said that I'll pay for that bill also. So he is paying for the shawls. And it doesn't stop there. Then again, he says, the faculty spouses who are coming, as the batchmate spouses who are joining, I would like to offer a shawl to them also. So good news for the spouses. Where is he? Yeah, right. Shamugam, where are you? No, not yet. On the way, okay. And then I must talk about Raghuram, K. Raghuram. He is the one who is giving you this personalized coffee mug. So that sponsorship is done by him. Our friend Dr. Kothari is going to host the dinner for the FRU, the grand dinner at Vishala by Kothari. I didn't say Padmasri actually, I said only Kothari. And Piyush Gupta for funding this cost of Memorabilia. Not only he has given the souvenir complete cost, he has also given us the connect to Leo Burnett, who has done an excellent job. So thanks to Piyush. And again, it doesn't stop with here. SP and Piyush also have come forward to assure us the bridging any financial gap between the actual expenses and the contribution collected towards common expenses from the batch. So they said, like Reserve Bank and IMF is sitting here, he said, what are you bothered about, you know? So fund is no issue. We are sincerely thankful to the alumni office, particularly Victor, who has gone out of his way to help us in several ways to organize this event. It would have not been possible to have this memorable experience without his active support and involvement. And his creative thought, which none of us knew, is, which you have seen as collage. Collage was coming from his mind, none of our mind, So he has done an extremely good collage creation. Thanks to him. Shashi was actively supported by Gautam, Vikram, Nandu, Paul and all, Chopsy, Neeta, Rasaili, Venki, and Minu for organizing the social and cultural evenings of second and third, both the days. Thanks to them. Thanks to Geeta Ayar for supporting the plantation of 40 saplings. And the first idea was thrown by Manoj Das. Manoj is here. And then some of the faculty, the batchmates said, yes, let's go ahead. And Geeta said, I'm here to support this. Our gratitude to Anubha for coordinating the games and the family games activities today afternoon. She'll be taking the lead. And Mitakshi for taking the lead for this outing tomorrow morning to this museum and the shopping. Thanks to Mr. Hura, he is the personal secretary to Arun Goel, for putting in a lot of efforts in compiling the inputs for the memorabilia, and Leo Burnett for a great job done in presenting us in excellent souvenir, which will be released today after this session. The beginning of the next session, we'll have the release of that book. While we are trying to find an option to have a bank account for carrying out the transactions for this reunion for a limited period, we are connected to Ms. Palak Joshi by Mr. Victor, and she agreed to open an account to avoid all complexity and opening the bank account to facilitate us our transactions. So thanks to Palak. And she is a performer, she'll be probably performing today evening. We also thank everyone in the alumni office. I mentioned the audiovisual unit, information and communication technology office, estate office, my former secretary Sujata, IMDC, Sarovar Portico staff, Rohit Saini and Ankita of Radisson Blue for extending their wholehearted support for effectively organizing the reunion. The volunteers from PGP alumni relations team who showed us around the campus, new campus particularly yesterday, Archit and Hemant in particular have extended their support to Mr. Victor, and we thank them for giving their time. And most importantly, we must profusely thank our batchmates. In fact, everything else would have been inconsequential and of no relevance if you would have not turned up in large number. So greatest satisfaction we get because of your presence, nothing else. And you have come from all parts of the globe. And those who have requested to, this small announcement, those who have requested to collect this memorabilia, mug, and the T-shirts who are supposed to be coming, please do collect it from the IMDC reception center or talk to Mr. Victor so that when you go back, you are going back with the task given to you. So this is what I thought that I'll start with, because this is normally done at the end, but then you do it very hurriedly and people have missed out. So I thought that this we must place on record, and thanks to this batch, making it so memorable experience. Now let's move on to the, yeah.
On behalf of our batch, I would like to thank you.
I was included actually, I was not left out. Now let's move on to the next interesting section of this session to listen to some of the unique, exciting, and interesting career experiences and great achievements of our batchmates. We have several batchmates who have their interesting experience to share, and ideally, as I said, we have liked to listen to all of them. But due to limited window available, we have picked up around 20 of us for this session. While we have been primarily guided by popular demand from the attendees, because we conducted a survey, if you remember, and people said, we'd like to listen to this, I'd like to speak or I'd like to listen to. So based on that, we picked up, and we also decided to include speakers from different domains: art and culture, civil services, social sector, academia, business, etc. So it's not same kind of experiences, a unique kind of experiences from different fields. So we have picked up this 20 also coming from different experiences. There will be a separate session in the afternoon with PGP and PGPX, where the entrepreneur batchmates, 10 of them, will share their experience, and they'll also give some tips to the current batch of PGPs. So the time allotted to each of the speakers is grossly inadequate. We understand that 3 to 5 minutes, you can't even start and it gets over. However, the purpose of this session is just to provide a glimpse of the journey and make our batchmates inquisitive to know more about them, either during these 2 days or remaining connected through WhatsApp and messages, right? So please stick to the allotted time so that we can stick to our time schedule and the window we have got. We have started 15 minutes late. And given the large number of speakers we want to listen to. So please stick to the time. So I'll call one by one. You can come here or you can speak from there also, taking the mic. So first to start with is Paul and All. And he was the one, I think I can just share this, he is the one who got the maximum number of votes to be chosen to speak.
Works. Okay, so I don't know what you want to listen to, but I'll start quickly because we are short on time with 2 or 3 stories, and some of them in some ways defined life for me. One, when I joined Grindlays Bank, I had 2 bosses. One was a gentleman by the name of Chiranjilal Goel, and one was a guy called Prem Malhotra. Both of them were risen from the ranks, and both were very senior within the organization. So they were, way ahead of their peer groups. The difference was that Chiranjilal Goel was always available. Whenever you wanted to have a discussion, whenever you wanted to seek a clarification, he would sit you down, he made time available. Prem Malhotra, on the other hand, was highly impatient. And he would say, listen, come tomorrow, come day after, ask my secretary for an appointment, this kind of thing. It just left one with a universal. So within the bank, there was a universal, this thing that Chiranjilal was the go-to man, because he was a man with a big heart, he was very knowledgeable, had time for everybody. The second part to this story was that both of them retired, and within the year both were dead. And one thought about what might be. And one of the things which I rationalized in my mind was they didn't have a life beyond the bank, both of them. They were so wedded to the bank They'd come at 8 in the morning. They'd probably, on most days, leave by 10. I don't think they had energy for anything else in life. So one or two lessons learned there. The other was, my dad. This happened much later in life, and he used to keep reiterating the fact that you must achieve, you must go ahead in life, work hard, all of those ethics-related issues. But a very poignant story. I joined IndusInd Bank. The ESOP started kicking in. One became relatively well-off money-wise and invested in a Mercedes-Benz. And I said, Dad, come, I'll take you for a drive. So he came and he said, wow, this is a fancy car, this, that, and the other. But he said, don't forget that when you were a kid and we were living in Gurdwara Rakabganj area in Delhi, I used to drop you to school with you sitting on the front bar of the cycle. So he said it's wonderful to enjoy the achievements of life, provided you don't get lost in the fact that that's your reality and that was your reality, because there must have been something else. Remember that part. So those were 2 or 3 of the things. So like yesterday, Piyush and I were discussing this, that we consume ourselves with, one particular track, and we achieve great things and all that. And then we realize we've come close to the end of the journey, and there were a million other things we wanted to do to which we didn't devote time. And I decided somewhere in my 40s that is something I'm not going to allow myself to do. So I will have my career, but if it requires coming back into slightly slower gear to pursue some of the other passions, I will invest my time and I'll do that. So I started my love affair with history. One great thing about having grown up in Delhi, in the heart of what was the visible historical part of Delhi, Haus Khas, everything around, smelt and smacked of history. So that whole history, art, culture, heritage journey started fairly early in life. Today we have a very, vibrant foundation that engages with children in the hundreds of thousands, trying to build a certain pride and awareness in our own history, culture, heritage. I also loved going to the jungle, so wildlife and conservation was close to my heart. So I'm working very intensively with 2 organizations. One's called Sanctuary Nature Foundation, and one is called Bombay Natural History Society. So that continues. And after my career finished with IndusInd Bank, I moved to the Hinduja Foundation, which I run now. We do a lot of extensive work in water conservation, health, and education. So that's another part. And there's a 4th part, which is I'm a small-time mentor, investor in startups. There are about 8 startups I'm involved with, in which I'm invested. So I do a bunch of that. One last thing I would like to leave behind is, I've always felt that I should never lose my sense of awe, wonder, curiosity. I've had loss in life. I lost my brother very early in life. Then I got married. We had 4 miscarriages before we got our eldest son, Rishad. So there was, kind of a lot of longing and loss associated in the early years of marriage. Then I lost my wife to cancer. I've lost both my parents. I've lost many friends. I mean, one of the closest friends was in our dorm in 13, Vijay Varghia. We used to be neighbors. But there was something about continuing to want to engage with life. And therefore, I'm so happy when I see people like Shashi, people like Mitakshi, people who have had the most intense of losses continue to want to engage with life and not, shovel themselves into a corner and feel sad and depressive. And as all of you know, I met Pavitra. She was, an equally intense person. We've had our crazy ups and downs, but I'll never exchange her for anything else. So, it's been a wonderful journey, and I think, I'm happy to talk about everything, but I'm enjoying myself, and we are now moving part-time to Kunur, and all of you are welcome. So, Neeraj is there, I'm there, we should have fun.
Kunur. Yeah, you got to see it. Yeah. Got to go and see it. Yeah. Okay, so let's move on. My again request, stick to the 3 to 5 minutes. J.S. Deepak. Yes. And I'll show a sign like this once we make it.
Let me start by thanking all the organizers for the wonderful job they've done to bring us together. Thanks from the bottom of the heart. Well, as all of you know, I've been a civil servant by training and choice, and my contribution to this group, if at all, is to raise its diversity coefficient. So do Arun Goel, the national regulator in electricity, and Beta, one of the most distinguished police officers of our country. In the last 38 years in government, including 5 years as Secretary Telecom and Ambassador of India to the WTO, one has had the opportunity to do a lot of different things, which many of our colleagues would marvel at. Strange things too. Whether it was working with the state government of Uttar Pradesh in the areas of elementary education, health, human resource management, or with the government of India on trade and telecom and IT, policy making, and assignments in the field focused at getting things done and solving problems. During this period, I have had an occasion to lead some big initiatives. Some come to mind, primarily the introduction of the school midday meal program for 12.5 million children in government primary schools in UP in 2005. Almost 20 years after it had happened in Tamil Nadu and many parts of the country, because of, by overcoming the opposition of students' unions and so on and so forth. It was a very satisfying experience in its size, access, and reach, and helped increase the attendance in school to great lengths. And this was perhaps the only time when my daughter contemplated IS as a possible career for herself. In Delhi, there was the 2010 3G, 4G spectrum auctions, where we tried to develop a model for assigning natural resources in a transparent manner, and after the 2G telecom scam. And that model has sustained, and it's being used even today, and that's a matter of satisfaction. I was also given the job of setting up the Commonwealth Games Village before the 2010 Games, after Kalmadi and co had messed it up big time by deliberately delaying contracting, to make money. And 2 months before the games were to start, the whole place was flooded. That job gave me a number of heart attacks, but it also earned me the epithet of last mile man in government from the Times of India. So that's satisfying as well. Lastly, at the WTO, taking up a furious fight with the US to preserve and protect our agriculture subsidies and minimum support price schemes, gave the insight that brinksmanship in international diplomacy and negotiations is a useful but risky tool. The assignments in the field have been even more exciting, conducting multiple elections, trying to manage riots as District Magistrate Varanasi, and trying to maintain the status quo at the Ayodhya spot as a representative of the Supreme Court after the Babri Masjid was demolished. These have been, as I mentioned, professionally fulfilling, heady in some ways, and perhaps have also helped in addressing or contributing to address some of the country's problems. There have also been huge failures, lost opportunities. I, till today, feel very, very disappointed that having worked in UP for 25 years, the governance system there is still quite terrible. And the sensitivity of the administration is lacking in most ways. The way we've addressed poverty through various programs which IAS officers implement and supervise has been a near disaster. And when you compare it with the success of China in raising 800 million out of poverty in the same period, it's real collective opportunity loss. So this has been the journey broadly. The failures have, I've agonized long on the failures and the causes of that, but that has led mostly to a feeling of regret and humility rather than cynicism. After hanging up my Sarkari boots 2 years ago, I've tried to start distributing Gyan to the private sector as an advisor as well as to think tanks. And lately have joined as the group director in Bharti Enterprises, the mother company of Airtel India and Airtel Africa. So this has been it. They say that IAS officers, you can tell an IAS officer, but you cannot tell him much. And retired people have lots of stories, lots of time to say it. But with those caveats and those willing to take this on, welcome to interact. We stay in the National Capital Region on email, on personally. Thank you so much, and it's great being here.
Yeah, by the way, what you are seeing this PPT, this also have been done by great efforts of Arun Well. What is going on in the background? Yeah, so now I call upon Raghuram. Yeah. Is it distracting? Oh, I see, okay. I thought. Again, my request, 3 to 5 minutes.
I'll keep it short, don't worry. Yeah, I was distracted by that too, so apologies to those who went before me. But quite a privilege and honor to be asked to talk. I was quite surprised, actually. My theme, very short talk, is going to be, to whom much is given, much is expected, right? And many of you are living that life already, I know, achieved high levels in academia and industry and government and so on. In fact, most of you. And so you know the weight of responsibility that sits on your shoulders as a result of that. In a way, actually, they say the more higher you seem to rise, the less freedom you really have. I mean, you got so much on it. And I know, just talking to people like SP and Piyush, I'm sure many of you will get the sense of what kind of responsibility they carry. But I'm going to talk about a very different field. And as many of you probably know, our daughter has got special needs. In the US, we say people, differently abled people. We don't use the terms that we've tended to use here. For people with limit, which means that pretty early in life, we realized that, in fact, that was part of the reason for us to move to the US, looking for treatment and so on. And the realization hit soon that our daughter's different. She's not going to have the usual academic progress, going to school, achieving great levels, going to college, going into, satisfying careers, and that path's not open to her at all. And we went through, like most people, go through the process of a bit of denial, and then you slowly start accepting it, and then you say, okay, let's see what we can do about it. And so one of the things I realized also at that point is that, and I'm as guilty as, and again, no judgment on any of you here, I am guilty of that. When I first used to meet someone with a child like that, I would tend to kind of feel a little uncomfortable, maybe not know what to say, how to empathize, and maybe even feel a little sorry for those people, in the sense. So I'm sure many of you have been through those kind of emotions when you meet someone with a child who's disabled or, clearly challenged in many ways. And then a friend of mine in Houston, an Indian friend too, who's got a daughter who's severely autistic, he made a statement one day, we were just chatting, and that hit me. Because he said, the parent doesn't choose the child chooses the parent. And then when I kind of started questioning, and he said, see, we're all spiritual beings, temporarily in human form. and so he related that, and he said, that child is a spiritual being that's been placed in your possession. You're made responsible, which means you've been found to be suitable to handle a child like that. And understand that that's a weight of responsibility that's been put on your shoulders. And that completely changed my outlook. Until then, I may have been a little irritated and about the situation and, a little bit of why me, why my child, that kind of stuff. And that completely changed the outlook, right? So that's one aspect of the life. Of course, we've extended now into helping run a school for the differently abled young adults back there near Houston. A friend of mine has a child with Downs. So he started the school, and then I teamed up with him, and we teamed up, and we kind of helped run that school. Moved into a new facility and hired teachers from the local school system and so on. So that thing is making good progress. The second example I'll give, again, in a couple of minutes, relates to my father-in-law, Vandana's dad. And he was actually retired as a very, very, very high position. He was, in fact, the right-hand man to H.D. Parekh of HDFC. And then subsequently with Deepak Parekh, I mean, they're on very close terms even today. In fact, HDFC didn't want to let him go. He was not a banker. He's actually a civil engineer, one of the top civil engineers in the country. But if you met him, he'd wear that very lightly. You'd never know. But he was on first name basis with all captains of industry in Mumbai, and he could pick up the phone and call anybody if he wanted to. But the way he lived his life after Vandana's mom had passed away nearly 20 years ago, and then he kind of set off on a different chapter. He was wealthy, as someone who's retired as an executive director of HDFC. But he then chose to invest his time in supporting the Shankara Cancer Research Foundation in Bangalore, which is his hometown, and mine too. So he started that, which is of course under the Shankaracharya of Sringeri. And Dr. Srinath has started that hospital with very noble aims to reduce the cost of cancer care, which is terribly expensive. And in fact, that kind of opened my mind to the prevalence of cancer in India. It's phenomenal. It's astounding. So just the areas around Bangalore alone, they started an outreach program to go out into the villages and towns to start early detection of cancer. And a number of cases they were finding is just astounding. So what Dr. Srinath set out to do is reduce the cost of cancer care and bring it down to a level where the average person could think of actually going and getting some preventative treatment rather than just resigning themselves to their fate and saying, forget it, I've got a few years left, which is what most people are doing. And so what he did was he developed his vision to not only fund a bone marrow transplantation center, which is one of the best in the country, then that Shankara Cancer Hospital in Bangalore, it is now up and running in the name of Vandana's mom. And then he didn't stop there. He's now a man nearly into 90 years old, and he passed away 6 months ago. But before he had done that, he started this vision, and he planted this vision in Dr. Srinath's mind of developing a corpus of 100 crores, which would be used to fund the treatment for people who couldn't afford it, right? And so they would have a whole system. They already started that system of qualifying people who can't afford treatment and supporting them. But with a 100 crore corpus, they can do about 100 people every year who desperately need it and can't afford it. And he planted that vision, and he was going out and soliciting from people he knew to come on, let's support this, let's create this corpus. 90 years old. So that told me something. It doesn't matter how old you are, you just start your life, completely new chapter. It doesn't really age, it's just a number. And so that's a thought I want to leave with all of you. Okay, back to.
Thank you. I think what we should carry your last message, that at 90 also you can have your life, continuing. Let's have this banker turned author, Sanjay Kumar. Sorry, investor come author.
I'll wear any hat you give me. Yeah. The 80s and 90s was a foundational period for labor arbitrage in the software industry. At that time period, I set up a software business, and it was a product. We decided to develop a product which will automate bank treasuries. And we decided to develop the product from ground up. It had a front office, a middle office, a back office. It had money markets, fixed income, forex, derivatives. And I was a bit like Neo entering the matrix, trying to grapple with this complexity. So I'm just drawing reference to this one decision. Second decision was, with a few random meetings, a couple of random meetings, I got into the art business in 1988. It didn't take me, I had no background in art, there was no market that could be studied, but I decided to start a gallery in 88. One word describes decisions like these. 10 years ago, I decided to become an author, and 5 books later, I can tell you there's not much money in it. So a decade is a long time to spend doing something without earning money, but I do it. So a word that describes these kind of decisions is irrational. The second aspect is that what I was fascinated with basically is the stock market in the 80s and 90s. I made money. Information was, insider trading was more or less rampant. Information flow was selective. It came to people before it came to others. Similarly, I was also fascinated by the art market. The art market is opaque, it's not a fungible asset, and liquidity is poor, etc., etc. So a word that describes these two markets that I operated in is imperfect. I love imperfect markets. I feel it's really the only place one can make genuine money, perhaps the wine market at some point in time. The third aspect is that I've been called by my family, by my friends as Dhuni. If I get into something, I have to get to the bottom of it. It has to rule my life. It has to capture my being. I have to know it better than most people. And this has driven me into different areas. And a word that describes something like this is called obsession. So this is my world in 3 simple words: irrational, imperfect obsessions. I would like to commend this world to all of you because for some reason it has irrational returns. And all these returns are monetary, they're non-monetary as well. I'll end with a very simple 2 lines, which a recent song from a recent film. बिखरने का मुझको शौक है बड़ा. It's worth repeating. बिखरने का मुझको शौक है बड़ा, समीटेगा कौन, तू मुझे बता.
Thanks. So let's have now former Vice Chancellor, Yeah. Dr. V.S. Best, he happened to be the Vice Chancellor, and it's a, I think, great recognition, of the largest agriculture university in the country. Yeah.
Thank you, Atanu. Good morning to everyone. Great pleasure to be here with you. Gives me a lot of energy. Even if there is some decision that has to be taken, I remember what would have been the situation in my classroom. And some of the stalwarts over here, including Sasi, including Atanu, including some of the other classmates. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity, organizers. I'll just narrate few instances which are slice of life. These are not very educative or just experiences. Atanu, you told me that. One is, there was ASEAN countries meeting in Delhi, and I was supposed to help in all possible manners. Okay, including hotel accommodation, including all their transportation, including contacting them, like what Atanu has been doing. Well, it happened that they wanted their speeches to be written. The ministers, Minister Agriculture, Minister Commerce, and all that, from different countries. Now, one approached me, so I wrote. Then another from Indian side approached, so I also wrote. The minister also wrote to me that you have to develop my speech. So I did that, and it has to be contained in so many minutes. And it happened that when the conference was open, 8 of the speeches were written by me. So you can imagine my plight and my happiness that most of these countries, whatever policy, issues I had raised and whatever the developmental aspects that have to be taken up. So 8 of the speeches were written, including our Director General, including our Minister. The only feedback I received was from Minister Agriculture, India. 2 times he rejected my speech writing. And then I kept on modifying. It was a tough time. And finally, he approved it and he read it. So it was a great pleasure. And I feel that the IIM education helped me quite a lot. Because the issues that you can peep into and can analyze are something very unique and different than others. This one. Another, when I joined as a Vice Chancellor selection for the state is very difficult process. Whether they do it or not, there are so many allegations and there are so many things that happen. I joined, and at about 1 p.m., that is afternoon, just after noon, and formalities were complete, and my PS and other staff put up a file to me. All senior deans and directors and all were present. They put up a file to me. Sir, आप तो कुछ भी कर सकते हैं और आप ये बहुत दिनों से इश्यू अटका हुआ है. प्राइमरी स्कूल के कुछ टीचर्स हैं जिनका प्रमोशन होना है और इनका जो है रेगुलराइजेशन होना है. बड़ा सिंपल इश्यू है, बहुत दिनों से अटका हुआ है और आपको तो पूरी पावर्स हैं, आप तो कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, आप तो किंग हैं यहाँ के. Okay, I realized, okay, for the first time, I'm the king, okay. So, the sixth sense, and then the exposure over here, MBO, management by objectives. And the case studies. Good. Case studies. These were helpful to me, and I put the file on one side. I told him politely that, okay, I'll look into and I'll be considerate to this and allow me some time. And fortunately, it happened that most of the cases were non-eligible. So I was saved from, number 1, committing a big mistake in the very first decision-making process. And number 2 was, it would have been great harassment to the university for doing a wrong thing. So these 3 things helped me. Number 1, MBO. Number 2, the case studies, analysis of that, and reading must. And third, some sixth sense. Thank you very much. There are many, many instances. You must be having more rather greater experiences and more experiences in this regard. Every day we face those kind of problems. So just these are some of the instances which I would like to share with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Best.
Thank you, Sasi.
So is Rajiv Bhattacharya is here? Rajiv is, yeah. We have this fire brigade and ambulance and all surrounded by. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. It is always a privilege to be here. And it is at the same time very humbling and very motivating to be with you guys. I think I'm the odd one out here, and that is one of the reasons why I've been called here. I'm the only person in the police from our batch. I can tell you it's been a great journey, and I've always held, my father was also an IPS officer, so I've seen it from childhood. I think the police is the only agency, and I very firmly believe that, who can actually give justice and security to the poor and the underprivileged. Otherwise, the systems are too complex for them to go anywhere. And that is why I think it is so critical. I worked for 1 year with ITC after the MBA, and after that, I have joined the police. You know, the academy is a great place. You get a pre-enforced fitness regime, so you come out much better with that. And there's a lot of sports thrown in, and I've played almost every day of my life, whatever game I could get, football, hockey, tennis, whatever. So it's been a great journey. And, a policeman's job is not an easy job at any point of time, and it is becoming more and more complex as time goes by. There are many instances that, if you think about it, it is at the same time, it really shakes you up. I got posted as DIG Agra after there was a very bad incident by criminal tribes. If you go to a criminal tribe incident, it will really curdle your blood. You go inside the house, there everybody is killed, and battered to death with blood everywhere. Even if it's a 4-year-old child, they don't spare anybody. When I went to Agra, there was, in 1 year, 36 such instances in those 7 districts. So I took a vow. I said that I'm going to sort this thing out. And for the first time, the criminal tribes are very invisible people. They have no identity. They keep changing their name. They just can't be found as to who is who and how to do it. So my IM training really helped me being holistic and, looking at the problem. I made a full database of almost about 500 of these criminals, tried to get as many photographs of them as could possible, rope in all the police forces of the country. And I'm happy to state that the year I left, there were only 2 cases. And, you feel so good when you can do this kind of a service to the common man. There have been umpteen occasions when you have had to face communal rights, caste rights, a lot of other problems, but that's part of our job. I have been singularly lucky, and I would like to reiterate here that, it is a total fallacy that you have to be a sycophant or take people's diktats to have a successful career. I can vouch for it that efficiency, effectiveness, and integrity is valued, and it certainly is the best way forward. There have been many assignments that I have been through. I've headed the intelligence, I have headed the investigation agencies. I have also had a tenure in Mauritius, where again, after 11 years I went to Mauritius. I had forgotten all my programming and everything, and by that time Windows had come up. And, I was not used to it. There was almost a 12-year gap as to what I knew about, But still I learned the languages again, and to convince them for a good MIS, I programmed it myself and put it in place. And once they were convinced in 95, 96, they spent almost 8 crore rupees in having an automated fingerprint identification system, which we here still are in the process of assembling, and an MIS. So, I always believe that a good education is actually never wasted, and the interaction with your peers and fellows are really, it gives you a perspective that helps you in every sense of the word. I've had very many assignments. I've been with the ITBP for about 5-6 years. The Himalayas are amazing. Right from Ladakh up to the northeast, I've been everywhere. And it is really amazing. One of the things that I remember most when I joined that force was the amount of attrition because of high altitude that used to take place. And we were one of the most deployed force. We did not have any space, either for rotation or for training or for, giving some sort of a relief to our Jawans to come back to their families. And I think it is one of the most important achievements that I managed to do was to convince finance to have an almost 80% increase in the force just for the purposes of rest, training, and, being able to recoup. So that is something that, you can give to the Jawans. Actually, one thing that I have felt, there are 2 very important aspects to my job. One is, of course, the citizens, the people, what services you give, what is the level of, integrity you can provide for the police services that are there, what is the kind of efficiency. The other are the Jawans. Again, when I was with the CRPF, I got appointed to the CRPF when there were 2, very big ambushes in Chhattisgarh where we lost almost 42 people. And I can assure you, if you go to Chhattisgarh, if you have been to those times, it is really the most difficult theater that you can work in. So to be able to do something for the martyrs, that is something that we feel is very important. So I have done a lot for them. Today, any armed force martyr get at least 1 crore plus. And I tell you, the government has really supported us in this aspect, and so has the public at large. Even Pulwama, if you go there and you find that 42 of your colleagues have been blown to bits, and you have the job of assembling their whatever is left of their bodies in one night, in 24 hours, put them in coffins and send them to their families. What do you say to their families when you have to request them that please don't open the coffin even while you are cremating your dear and near ones? So, these are, and you have the whole national media in front of you, you have to handle them all the time. And then to be able to motivate the force to come out at 5 the next day in the morning and still be on duty in the same places where the persons there are pelting stones at you and yet not retaliate. These are very important things that we got to appreciate of how tough things could be for the forces. These days I'm in JNK as an advisor. I'm doing a minister's assignment for about 12 important departments I have. I'm chairman of about 10, 12 corporations. Apart from the security aspect. So in the last, he's shown me the thumb twice. So I just want to, in the end, invite you to please come over, enjoy. It is a real paradise. And some of our friends have visited us, and I would love all of you to come. And also, it would be a great contribution to mainstreaming JNK and making it an integral part of India. You feel so good now when you go, like even in the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, when you can see the tricolor flying almost on every other house, even in downtown Srinagar. So there are good things ahead, and there is a lot of transformation that is taking place, and I'm sure all of you would like to be a part of it, so please do come. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks that we had Beta to share this experience. Where do you get this experience to? Yeah, and we accept your invitation. We'll be visiting soon. Next unit, okay. So let's move on. Let's have Harshi Joshipura. And my request again, I'm looking at the watch, and that's why I have to do twice.
Thank you. Thank you. This is an incredible privilege, and I was actually, quite intrigued as to why I was picked, because when I listened to what some of the people have been talking about, that's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought, and therefore, I said that maybe we should do this when the director is here tomorrow, so that at least I have somebody else to, defend. But I just want to talk about one thing which I really stumbled upon 20 years ago. I used to work for a company called J&J, and J&J was founded about 150 years ago. And back then, the founder had laid down 4 principles on which the company would be run. It's called the Credo. And one of those principles was, which was the third principle, was that we will contribute to the communities that we work in. Now, I'm talking about the time when CSR was not even a gleam in anybody's eye. And the way the system used to work was 0.5% of local profits were matched by 0.5% from the US. And that 1% then we would deploy in sectors in the country. And I had the privilege to lead that initiative for all their businesses in India. And for whatever reason, and this is something which used to bother me quite a lot at that time, when I used to see kids selling stuff on the street, etc., we took on the issue of child labor. And I worked with an NGO which has now become fairly well-known, Pratham. And we went deeper into it. There were some pockets in Bombay where this used to be very prevalent, Dharavi, for instance. And we visited those places, and in a space maybe about 10 by 10, there would be about 14 kids from the age of 3 to 14, working from 8 in the morning to 2 in the morning. And they would be paid 15 rupees back then, which were then taken back, this is Zari work, for the needles. And so we said we should do something about this. And we did. Fortunately, we got a lot of traction from the local government, etc. And that got then escalated, and finally there was a law which came in which prevented employment of children below the age of 18. What we then found is that these kids used to come from very specific areas, Sitamarhi in Bihar, East UP, Rajasthan. So we then arranged to sort of take these kids back. And at that time, we were pretty much able to make sure that Bombay was free of child labor. And then we found that half these kids came back onto the street. And the reason was the parents didn't want them. So we said, what should we do about this? So when I moved and went to my next company, we put some money aside, and we, of course, you can't change the world, but we said, let's do a pilot, which maybe somebody else will pick up the baton. And we set up a halfway house in a place called Baraich in UP, where we used to take maybe about 50 kids who sort of came back onto the street, and then gave them education, training, all of that till they reached 12th standard, and then depending on their aptitude, they would go wherever they would go. I think that's and I'll come back to this. Then when I went to my next company, one thought which came to me was, anecdotally I'd heard, Google, et cetera, saying that, to do coding, you really don't need formal education. You just need capability. So we said, why don't we try this? And we said, we'll pick up kids who are 10th dropouts or 12th dropouts, and we will evaluate them. Those who demonstrate great skill will move into the coding stream. Those who have lesser skills will move into data entry, app development, stuff like that. And we took about 250 kids, and we tied up with the Indian Institute of Information Technology, Hyderabad. And the first batch has just started. 18 months they will be there, and then they will be placed as well. Now, if this thing takes traction, I think we are the youngest population in the world. But equally, 1% of the population owns 33% of the wealth. In the US, it's 50%. And if we don't take care of this issue, this is going to become a big disaster. And I think it's a very fulfilling task. And the only thing I want to leave with you is that now that we are at a phase of life where we can devote time, this is an area which I think really needs a lot of attention. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Ashit. Yeah. So we'll have this Brat of other days, on the campus. So Brat is Bharat Puri now. So he's...
See, when he gave me this invitation and said, people want to hear you speak, I said, are you sure you've got the right this thing so on? Because, like Ganges said 3 words. I have had 3 phrases that have actually guided me through the last 40 years. The first one is follow your heart. I still remember the campus job, so on and so forth. I had Asian Paints and I had 2 multinationals that I was considering, and I went to Professor Bhandari, whom Neeraj and me did a project with, which was supposed to be a 1-term project which lasted 3 terms, and I don't think we ever actually really completed it, but he gave us a grade. So I went to Professor Bhandari and I said, where should, here is my jobs. Go and, if you really want to make an impact, go and join Asian Paints. And mind you, those days Asian Paints was not the Asian Paints of today. It was like, a much smaller Indian, good campus company. And I went there, and frankly, it was a wonderful decision I took. In Asian Paints, post-sales, I was offered a big sales job. Now you've made it, you're going to be this big sales head. And I said, if it's all right, can I go and do marketing? Because they said, we don't do marketing. I said, that's why I want to do marketing. And I set up marketing and had a great time. Then I went to a little better tasting product and went to Cadbury's. Repeated the experience all over. Then they said, you've damaged India enough, go and damage the rest of the world. So I went off to Singapore, and then I went off to Switzerland. I spent wonderful time. I must tell you, the world's best job is if you're the global head of chocolate and you have young children. All my children's friends, all of my friends' children are still great friends with me because, this was the chocolate uncle who always had this famous chocolate fridge, and he also had these stories where there are 2 taps in my house. If you open, chocolate comes out. And again, follow your heart. I was in this big multinational job. Somewhere I knew I would be a strong number 2, but unlikely to be a number 1. And I took this decision. And I was always very keen to come back to India and create something. And I came back to, at that time, a much smaller organization, to Pidilite, and said, listen, can we create a small Indian emerging markets multinational? And we've been on the journey. It's a long journey. But all of this, if I was to say, what's the one singular this thing? Whenever I'm at a dilemma, I stand and say, listen, the one organized common sense that IMA taught you is you would think and say, what would I do if this was the case? And 9 out of 10 times you reach the right answer. I think the second thing is just doing the right thing. Now I think fortunate, that time I didn't think I was fortunate. I was the head of Cadbury when we had the famous worms incident. And mind you, I was in national TV for 25 straight days. And for the foreigners here, obviously you didn't see that. But it was crazy. We had demonstrators outside Cadbury House. We had like politicians saying this company has to be closed down. We had people coming outside and saying, you know, they came with black paint to blacken the face of the MD, so on and so forth. Magazines had my photograph with a cross. So going through that, and I remember my global chairman turning to me and saying, Bharat, you don't realize, but this is a privilege you've been accorded. And I thought, what has this man been smoking or drinking last night? I mean, he obviously doesn't know what's happening here. But it truly was, because that crisis management really made, you know, as they say, you learn by fire. And in that, the one thing we said was, listen, we're not going to melt. There were various brokers coming and saying, I can settle this for X money and Y. And we said, we're just going to do the right thing. And like Beta, I completely agree with you. Listen, if you're right, after some time, people realize, jo theek hai, inke saath, there's no use. They're not going to melt. I mean, they'll give you a hard time, but they will still be there. I think that is the second. And I think the third, which is most important, is for heaven's sake, don't ever take yourselves too seriously. I think a lot of us, at least people like me, have been fortunate to be in the right place at the right time, with lots of right friends. Had it not been for people like Neeraj Swaroop, I'd have never got through MSM and CDPS. So, like, you know, therefore, don't take yourself too seriously. And Paul, I completely agree with you. Just be clear what you're going to do in the next phase in your life, where hopefully you'll make an impact greater than a corporate one. Thanks.
It looks sweet, like as sweet as your chocolates, yeah. Yeah, so next is our Piyush Gupta, Catalyst Initiator. We are running behind schedule. कितने गोली बाचे हुए हैं?
Okay, I think a lot of people know I started at DBS about 12, 13 years ago, 09. And at that time, DBS was popularly called damn bloody slow. You know? So we'd gone through, it was a good company, but we'd gone through 10, 15 tough years. And as people know more recently, we've been named the world's best bank 5 years in a row. We've been cited by HBR as one of the 10 most transformative organizations of the decade. And I thought I'd take a few minutes just to describe a couple of big insights through that transformation journey. And the first insight is what we learned to the Drucker stuff. I actually found culture beats strategy every time. It's finally about people. And you know, I spent the first 3, 4, 5 years of the journey trying to get the left brain stuff, right? Get the strategy right, what businesses, build the product line, you know, do that kind of stuff. And it actually was helpful. You know, we got off first base. But, you know, the real challenge, or the real success came when I was able to change the culture of the place. And changing culture is not a straightforward process. So it's my second key insight. You can shape culture by design. And you can actually architect for the culture that you want. Culture doesn't come from saying stuff or communicate, just doing emails or telling people what culture you want. You've got to be methodical and you've got to program for culture change. You know, when I started, I took the team out, you know, usual mission, vision stuff, first 90 days. And I wanted to set up a vision of being Asia's best bank. And I wasn't able to get the team across the line because we were the worst in Singapore, we were making losses, we weren't anywhere there. And so the team didn't have the confidence to be able to say we will be Asia's best. So we Mickey Mouse. Then we came up with something called the Asian Bank of Choice, because Bank of Choice, anybody can say I'm Bank of Choice. You know, 5 years later, when I got the team together, you know, by then we'd been called Asia's best bank by a few magazines. So we got the team again to talk about the vision for the next phase of the journey. And that time the team pulled together this thing, a masthead of the New York Times dated 2020, 5, 6 years out, saying DBS voted best bank in the world. And this vision of saying we will be the best bank of the world, no, mid-sized bank like ours, they got it. This was a confidence thing. So how do you create the confidence in the team that you can get it done? So 3-4 things I found worked. One, obviously, communication is important. Simplifying the message is important. Education is extraordinarily important. Adult education is different. You've got to handhold people through the journey. You've got to teach them what to do. You've got to create an environment of entrepreneurship, risk-taking. So you've got to give people elbow room to make some changes and differences. I think that's quite important. I think this side incentive systems are important. So, aligning a balanced scorecard, KPIs, focusing on behaviors bond, all of those things are important. But to me, the two most critical things around culture change. One is, I found that true customer obsession, really the biggest impact of that is less on the customer, it's more on yourself. Once you liberate people's thinking to really be focused, the rubric which says focus on the customer and it's okay, it liberates people's way of behaving. And to me, that was fantastic. So 5-6 years into the journey, people got the confidence to say, okay, I can do this because it makes sense for the customer. And that changes people's behaviors. We were a policy-driven bank. People went up into committees. Everybody was scared of compliance, bureaucracy. Along the way, when people figured, I will be backed and supported because it made sense for the customer, people started expressing themselves. To me, the magic moment happened around 2016, 2017, when instead of being top-down, the whole process became bottoms-up. I started hearing stories happening around the company which had not been initiated by me or by the senior team. And so people were expressing themselves all over. And when you get that kind of thing, you know that there's a culture change and a shift that's happened in the company. So that's really been an exciting part of the process and the transformation. The other big thing, so the people and culture thing is big. The other big thing is a buzzword today. It's this idea of purpose. So having intent, I think, is extraordinarily useful. I was fortunate. This wasn't created by me. DBS was created in the 1960s with a single agenda like ICICI or HDFC to focus on the development of Singapore. And if you look at the archives, the first 10, 15 years of DBS, there's no mention of profit. They had only one rubric, does it make sense for Singapore? We should do it. So that's deeply rooted in the company, and I inherited that. But this idea of purpose, of trying to do real things for real people, of trying to make a difference and a contribution, I think that's extraordinarily powerful in helping shape people's thinking and cultures. So I take that thing into my personal life as well. The two things, you have three and you have three also, Brad. I have two, which is people and purpose. So find this about people. Culture is about people. If you focus on the people agenda, and whether it's friends, it's community, it's kin, it's family, at the end of the day, you got to recognize people will remember you for how you made them feel. People will remember you for what you did for them. People will remember you for how you engaged with people. So that's a big personal thing. You got to be able to focus on the people agenda, and you have to focus on the purpose agenda. When we were doing this purpose exercise, we got this institute from Harvard to come talk to Authentic Leadership Institute. And the first exercise they make you do is spend half a day writing your own purpose statement. So what is your intent? What are you about? Why do you exist and what do you want to do? I found that very powerful. This idea of trying to figure what do you want to do? Why are you here and what impact and intent do you want to make? So when I was talking to Paul yesterday, I said the same thing. When you're deathbed, you got to look back and say, what did I do? Where did I make an impact? What did I contribute? And what do I regret? And so when you go out, you got to be able to say, I spent time to do the things that mattered to me, and you don't wind up with a lot of regrets along the way. And so it's my last thing, I think, for all of us, as we go past, the question is, how do you make sure you don't walk out with regrets? And so my last comment is this. You got to start early. Paul, you started in your 40s. I think it was fantastic. I had the same thing. Hank Paulson, the US Treasury Secretary, I was talking to him one day. He's a bird watcher like me. And so I told him, Hank, after I finish, I'm going to go into bird watching. And it's about 10, 15 years ago. He gave me a really good piece of advice. He said, you should do it now. Because you have more impact today because of your seat than you ever will once you retire. Nobody will give a damn. So I chair BirdLife International, which is the world's largest conservancy organization. I run a few conservation projects because nature is my thing. And I do that because you've got to start and find the purpose and things that you want to do. And you've got to do it as soon as you can. All right, thanks everybody.
Yeah? No, yeah. This we are reserving for later. We'll have a lot of interaction outside. Yeah, already we are running short of time. So, yeah, thank you. Yeah. So we'll have now Prabhat Pani, who has shifted from his corporate career to academics, and he also was heading the Tata Trust. So I think that's the part which we like to know.
Thanks. Good morning, and thanks for the opportunity. As you know, I lost my dad exactly 75 days back, and I'd put a little post on LinkedIn talking about some of the things that I've learned from him. And I was just thinking about, spending the next few minutes with you. I was kind of reminded about what I think are a couple of things that I picked up from him. The first is that you need to be comfortable in moving out of your comfort zone. And the second is, kind of allied to this, is the ability to take risks. Calculated risks, not, stuff which you do at the spur of the moment. And to some degree, when I look back upon the 40 years, I see some of this playing out. After I joined the TAS, along with Hasit, Raju, and Bajwa, at the end of the first year, the logical thing was to actually stay on in Mumbai with one of the companies. But I decided that I needed to get into somewhere which was maybe not very organized, but where I could make a difference. This company called Tata Tea, which is now Tata Consumer Products, had just become a Tata company 3 months before that. It used to be Tata Finlay earlier. And my boss was going to be a TAS officer, a very senior TAS officer, and I felt that that's where the opportunity would be. The next 12 years, it was amazing. I mean, I was the sales guy, I was the marketing guy, I was the strategy guy, doing all kinds of different things. But it gave me great pleasure that from being the first employee, putting out what is now called the Tata Tea Pack, it today, I think, is, in value terms, larger than what Unilever sells, which incidentally is what my daughter does now. And in fact, she started her career going through the beat that I did, which was selling tea in Karnataka. Then around that time, telecom was starting out. So I said, let's move into telecom. I mean, the good part there was that there was nobody in the telecom, private telecom at that point in time, so it didn't really make a difference. But I think the next 10 odd years were again equally exciting. India was the first country which actually brought in things like making money using SMS, caller tunes. The first bit of prepaid happened in India in a big way. And all along, one had the liberty to do different things and new things. I mean, just to mention, I was heading Airtel. That's the time I moved out of the group. I was heading Airtel, in fact, right here. The riots happened. Modi ji became the chief minister. And one had to get clearances for putting up rooftop structures because the earthquake had just happened in Gujarat. Remobilizing people because during the riots everybody had disappeared. Putting up the network within a short period of time. And I think a couple of things which were very different, very innovative at that point in time. It was the first time that I actually got Airtel to start sharing optic fiber with the competition which now is Vodafone. It used to be Hutch those days. And it's the first time the entire IT operations of Airtel Gujarat were outsourced. Today, that is the norm. Any telecom company today only does customer acquisition and branding. Everything else is outsourced. So a lot of these newer and different things, I think the experience, the learning was immense. And that's when I had another opportunity, and I said 10 years in telecom is enough. I went to Mumbai. Fortunately, my first boss, who now was a senior person in the Tatas, I went to him and he said, there are 3 new things happening. Which of them would you like to join? Chroma was just about to happen. Realty was just about to happen. And Ginger Hotels. It so happened that C.K. Prahlad was in town that time. So my boss Krishna Kumar said, do you want to go and meet him? And I had 2 meetings with him, and I said, Ginger it is. I had no clue about hospitality at that point in time. But again, the next few years were very exciting because here was an organization which was 100 plus years old, steeped in luxury, and you had to set up a budget hotel. So right from moving away from the vicinity of Mumbai, and thanks to Anil Verma going into the Godrej and Boyce office compound in Vikhroli, to doing everything different. The IT systems were different. There was only a 5% dependence upon travel agents, which was the conventional way that the hospitality business operated. In 2010, I set up 3 hotels which had only LED lighting. Even the neon signs had LED lighting. So, you know, the freedom to do different things, newer things, work with young people, I think these were some things which gave me a lot of joy, because you were not really doing it for yourself, doing it to create. And around that time, I felt that finally, having seen 3 different industries, it was all the same. And I had to do something else, which is how I moved into the philanthropic arm of the Tata Trust. Again, I think in that 4 odd years of operating there and then as an advisor, the Swachh Bharat mission was happening. So one worked with the government, all kinds of new things, using various forms of communication to train masons, behavior change of people as to why they should build toilets and why they should use toilets, using self-help groups to provide funding for actually making the toilets, etc., etc. While all this was happening, a very large program, 33 million rural women in rural India being taught the power of the internet in 300,000 villages, working with Google, and so on and so forth. And now, hopefully, not the very last phase, I'm into academics, again working on sustainability, working with the social sector, working with young people, and that's what I think makes a difference. But is this the end? Possibly not. I realize that one bit I haven't done is documented enough. So I'm starting to write, and hopefully, at the end of the next 10 years, I'll have 1 book to talk about, if not 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, by popular demand, Dr. Barla.
Education is what remains in you after you forget everything which you have learned. I've been trying to experiment this. The entire Philip Kotler book, I feel I can reduce it to 10 pages, give those pearls to the guys and girls. Rest of the time, they learn by doing it. There's a motor in my campus which has gone FUT, go and repair it. You're in the first year of BTech, go and repair it before you read about the motor. So I'm building a university as a new university vice chancellor. I'm building a university where you read less and do more. The government examination is reduced into those pearls, and they will do it within no time, and the rest of it they would practice. 90% of the, I would say 80% of the learning is going to be by doing. This is a kind of a university I'm building. I'm fortunate. God has given me this opportunity. This has started at Kakinada. I live at Kakinada now, near Hyderabad, and I'm full-time engaged into that. And I've just registered for an MTech in computer sciences last week. I would like to finish that because I'd like to learn and then give it to the young boys and girls. The other thing which I did in my life was to liberate people from poverty. When I was in Puttaparthi, Amarnath knows about it. I was in Anantapur. I go to villages, sit with the people who are below poverty line. He asked me, how do you identify them? They are identify the white card government gives. The ration card, there's a white category in that. They're all people with $1, less than $1 per day. So they are identified. I go sit with them, pick up the young boys and girls from their families, bring them, give them education, and I'm happy to announce that 10,000 of them so far in my last 18 years of education stint into education after my corporate career have been liberated. They're all into corporate jobs now. Those families are above poverty line. Thank you. I'd like to do a lack of more than that, and I have miles to go before I sleep. Thank you.
Short and sweet. Thanks, Barla. So let's move to another academic who have been with the institute, as a student, as a PhD, APM student, and then faculty. Almost whole life he has spent is Vijay Serichand.
Sorry for this mask. I have to wear it all the time. Well, 4 decades in 4 minutes, sharp. That's a promise. My journey has been in 2 stages. Now, in the first, I picked up a concern, that I was very much interested in even as a student. And that is social change and development by working at the grassroots in rural India. So that was my focus. I did talk to a number of people here in the institute, Professor Matai, Professor Gaikwad, many people. But, I used to get very intimidated quite easily in those days, talking to all these people. So I really didn't prepare myself fully for it. Around that time, a 1980 PGP invited me to join them. And they were working with a large number of Dalit tribal groups. And he says, why don't you come along and join us? So I did, and that was a good phase of my life. I got to see and stay in some of the remotest areas in this country. And I had an opportunity to learn about forestry, animal husbandry, agro-processing, community housing, legal aid, and a number of other things. Now, most of these activities were fairly successful. I'm still in touch with many of them. Some were downright disasters, and what I learned from those disasters, I really don't know. They just happened and got punished for it. Unfortunately, the second mistake that all of us made, all of us working in that group, we did not really anticipate the reaction that our work would provoke. The reaction from those whose interests were affected. And we were so blind and naive that we just did not plan for it. And when the reaction came, it was pretty severe. And I had to pay for it. And this mask you see today is a direct result of that. Had to undergo a lot of medical treatment. And fortunately, the good services in this country are keeping me alive today. Around that time, the institute here had started this Ravi Mathai Center for Educational Innovation. Ravi Mathai died in 1984. 1991, the institute had set up this institute, the center, to take up something of what he was doing. But unfortunately, it didn't take off. So then I was in touch with people here, and they were also following me. They were trying to figure out what is this idiot trying to do. And we had a couple of good professors, Professor T.V. Rao, I don't know whether you remember him, and Professor Anil Gupta. These two used to be in regular touch, and they invited me. They said, why don't you come along and join this center and try to do something. My question was, what is my grassroots connect that you would provide me? And they said, fine, you make your own agenda. And there's just one question that I've been working on for the last many years. Then the question is very simply this. How is it that people in the grassroots, in the public systems, manage to achieve their outcomes in spite of facing the same constraints that tens of thousands of others face? And that question has been bothering me for 25 years now. And it led me to a fascinating exploration of how they combine their innovative behavior and their socially entrepreneurial behavior. Now, these two things, how they combine and work out in thousands of cases, that is something that I've been studying all these years. And fair enough, what I did later on, I did receive an award for that work. So with that money, I converted many of these grassroots innovations into curriculum objects, learning objects, by writing up cases. Now, that's what all of us here in the Institute do. So I wrote up cases and took them into a online development platform, professional development, massive. It was covered about 300,000 functionaries of the governments. So that did work out very well, and that is one work that I'm quite proud about. I've just written a book on that experience. So if I look back now, both these stages, what connects the two of them actually is my decision to remain working at the grassroots, working at, for, with the grassroots. That, looking back, I'm about to retire now. Looking back, I think that decision tells me, the way it's worked out, that my time has been well spent. With that sense of fulfillment, I retire from this institute next year, early next year. In the institute, people would tell you, Asit knows me very well, we've been on the board together, but I've been seen as some kind of a troubleshooter. So a number of problem-solving things go wrong, and then catch hold and put him there. So I've had a wonderful time at the institute here, apart from the teaching, the academic publications, all that is fine, but the contribution to the building of this institution, the administration, that is a second thing that I'm extremely proud about. Okay? So I hope to keep in touch with the institute. At the moment, I happen to head the archives, and I should get in touch with Paul. Where is Paul? Yeah, here you are. History, architecture, heritage, those are exactly the areas that I've been working on for about 30 years now. And I happen to head the IMA archives and plan to do something more on that. Atanu, you still haven't raised your thumb. Huh? So before he raises his thumb, yeah? The name of the book is Teacher Development in India, Building on Grassroots Innovation and Technology. So last 10 years, I've been working on technology and grassroots innovations and using them for training people in the regular system. So that book has just been published, Rutledge, London, and New York. Yeah.
Thank you, Vijay. I think the bias was because of my connection with IIM Ahmedabad as a student, as a faculty, and you being in the part of alumni relation committee.
By the way, let me reveal something. He used to be dean here. Okay, Dean of Alumni and External Relations. And he used to come running to me. So, because I was one of the few people who were supporting him at that time.
Thanks. Yeah. Can I have VG here to talk about your experience?
Okay, good morning, everyone. It's indeed an honor and a pleasure to be standing here today. So thanks, Piyush and Atanu and everybody else who decided that I should be one of the speakers. Honestly, I'm totally overwhelmed having listened to so many of our batchmates. You know, I feel a little awkward to talk about my own achievements, but I'm happy to share a slice of my journey, which was not only the high point of my career, but something that has made me what I am today professionally and also impacted me at a very personal level. Just to give a little context, it was way back in 1999, after working with V. Krishnamurti, the then chairman SAIL, for about 5 glorious years, and taking a break for another 5 years for maternity and childcare that I moved to Chennai. There I teamed up with two of our juniors from IIM Ahmedabad, Chandu and Shivadas, who ran a boutique market research consulting organization called Scope. Over the next 12-year period, we morphed and grew Scope, we got funded twice, into a global IT-enabled services company in the data and information processing space. And this was at a time when, putting a startup was not the flavor of the day. So we faced a whole host of challenges and opportunities. Looking back, I think we did a lot of things very differently. We focused on impact, not so much on growth. We focused on creating value for all our stakeholders rather than just go after valuations the way most entrepreneurs today do. Employees always came first, etc. And while we fought our battles big and small, the three of us actually sat together in one room, not in separate cabinets, but in one room for 12 years, around a circular table, and ran this company like we would do a group project at IIM. And we had loads of fun. And given an opportunity, I think all three of us would relive every day of this journey again. But what happened was that because of the bonding, that oneness of spirit, that camaraderie that we shared, the way we worked, this actually cascaded down the organization and helped us build a culture right from the beginning, and Piyush talked about it. Build a culture that was, results-oriented, but also very supportive, very fun-filled, stress-free. And, these are some of the experiences that I share with entrepreneurs I mentor today. The second insight I'd like to share is about my interaction with women. Both in my own company as well as through a voluntary forum that I co-founded, I had the opportunity to interact with a large cross-section of women from the IT industry. Many women, and I would not like to paint all of them with the same brush, but many women tend to get bogged down by family and societal expectations. They don't speak up for gender inclusivity and speak up against gender bias. And more than anything else, what should I say? They tend to be very self-limiting in their beliefs and aspirations. And I understand and I empathize because I think once upon a time, I was like that too. But my experience has been that with some mentoring, with some structured interventions, with motivation, women can be made to excel in any field that they choose. Be a homemaker, you be in IT, you be in any field, be an entrepreneur, but you can excel. And I think this is a cause, and this is even at leadership levels, and this is a cause that I'm passionate about. So today, currently I'm associated with an NGO that works towards women empowerment. And women leadership itself is something that I have researched about and like to talk about. So just to sum up, I think I believe in the power of entrepreneurship. I believe in the potential of women. And giving back, in these two areas is what is giving me immense satisfaction today. Thank you.
Thanks, Vijay, and keep your journey on. Look forward to. Yeah, so let's have now J.S. Raju, another academic.
बंद हो गया.
Thank you. It's so wonderful to be back after 40 years. I don't know why Atanu asked me, but as a professor, I represent all the professors in the US and all the academics here also. My journey has been very, very interesting and very wonderful. I joined TAS along with Pani and Bajwa and Hasit. But soon after that, I left to become an academic. I went to do my PhD at Stanford, decided to stay there, become an academic. Both my parents were professors. Never looked back, been at Wharton now 30 years. But one thing I always felt over the years was, because I left so soon, I kind of got away from my home country. I'm a US citizen now, but I'm still an Indian. I still speak like one, I think, and look like one also. So I always felt that I didn't do enough for a country that has done so much for me. I went to a boarding school where 2/3 of my class joined the Indian Armed Forces. Many of them died fighting for the country. Then I joined IIT Delhi, and many of my classmates from there are here with us today as IM people. Then I joined IMA. So I tried to give back to the country in some small way. And as a professor, we do lots of things. We write our papers, we do our things, but one of the privileges we have is we have students who go and do wonderful things in their life, and nobody can take that away from us. So in that process, I'll share 2 incidents, and then I'll talk about, I think, my 3 relationships with India. The first incident I want to say as a professor is, I have had many of your kids come and attend my classes, but I also had some of our classmates attend my classes. So one day I was starting a class, teaching a class at Wharton, and guess what? Ranjana shows up as a student. And she was there with me for a full week because she had just become the CMO of Wachovia Bank. And she said, Raju, I didn't know anything about marketing, so I thought I'll come and learn marketing from you. She didn't tell me that in advance. I just saw her in the class. I thought I recognized her, but then we saw, she knew that she was going to be in my class. So that's incident number 1. Second incident, I was teaching in Singapore. And Bharat, you don't know this, but let me tell you what happened. So where is Bharat now? So there he is. So I called Bharat up because I knew he was in Singapore. He says, I'm busy, Raju. Why don't you go home? Alka is there. Who Alka? Why is he telling me to go home alone meet his wife? And I was very nervous, but I couldn't say no to him. So of course I go there, and then I see Alka, who was with us in IIT Delhi. And of course, he knew that I knew her, but I didn't know that he was married to Alka. So there you go. These are some very interesting incidents that happen in your life. In any case, my connections with India that I really wanted to purposefully engage in, I'll start with the smallest one and then go to the next ones. One is starting online education at Wharton. So we started this online education venture at Wharton. Close to 1 million people take these courses every year. At least half of them are from India. And it's really wonderful to see that happen. So that's one. Number 2, I think the second initiative was I started a course called Marketing to the Indian Consumer. And that brought me close to India, but also close to many of you. And Hasit has taught in that course. Prabhat has taught in that course. And I forget, Anuj has taught in that course also. So several of you were kind enough to come and do guest sessions in that course. And the students absolutely loved all of you. I was just the person introducing many of you. But I think the third thing I want to talk about, which took a lot of my time and a lot of my passion, was the founding of an institution called the Indian School of Business. And I was involved in it right from the foundation, from 1995 onwards when we conceptualized the idea. Many of our senior alumni were involved in that. And many of you actually have had your kids study there. I know Arun's son went there. I know RVS's son also went to ISB. Is that right? If I remember correctly. So I think if you can send your kids to ISB, it must be a good institution. So, and many of you actually have taught there also. Sorry? The rankings also show it. And Hasit has taught there as a professor. Nandu still teaches there as a professor. I think we have done, it really helped me become an entrepreneur also in some ways. You know, as a professor, you write your papers, but, you know, you have this urge to do things like your friends do. And I think that really starting a new educational institution in India that could potentially someday stand up against an institution like this was a joy of my life. And I still sit on their board on behalf of Wharton. And it's been a wonderful experience. I learned a lot about educational institutions, all the goods and the bads about it. But I think that has helped me stay connected with India in a way that I never did for the 25 years after I left India for the US. So thank you, Adanu. Good to see you. Thanks for putting all this.
Thanks so much, Raju. In fact, Raju is coming back to first time, I think after he left. In between he might have come, but he missed our Silver Jubilee reunion. So happy to have him. Let's go to these lawyers, you know. The MBAs turning lawyers and activists, you know, BVR Menon. And we're left with now about 10 minutes, and we've got now, I think, 5 people. So, you know, average has come down to 2 minutes.
Good morning to all of you. And I must, at the outset, thank Atanu and the team for organizing this. Without their perseverance and the effort, such an event would not have taken place. In my life, there has been 3 phases. One was, I was fortunate to have been born in a rural village, brought up to the age of 20 in that village, where the systems, customs, everything is different, which most of you would not have experienced. There, first thing which you learn is the empathy for the people around you, without caste, creed, or color. We have lived with all kinds of communities, all kinds of caste, but we never distinguished. We used to be friends. And second is the duty to the society, that if something happens to me, my parents need not worry because some other villager will always identify me and take care of which. These are the things which I find missing in the case of my children while living in the city. Now the second phase is, I worked for 5 years before coming to IMA in the atomic energy. There, that what is called the scientific temper or questioning everything and looking at alternative was already imbibed before coming into this institute. And then after this, I worked for a short period in 2 public sector undertakings, and then started my own enterprise. I started a manufacturing firm in Chennai in early 82 itself, manufacturing automobile engine parts, and that went on for 25 years. The motives were same as most of you would have been engaged: increase the production, increase the profit, cut the cost. All those were the priorities. But then, after 25 years, I started feeling, am I doing, what is the purpose? That is the point at which you must be knowing Raghavendra Ravi. We meet often. He told me, Menon, why don't you attend the Bhagavad Gita classes? There's a Swamiji taking classes every Sunday. So I never thought about this. I started attending. There the Swamiji is a wonderful person. I never knew Bhagavad Gita is there. He simplified what is Bhagavad Gita. It's not a religious scripture. It is only a manual for how to confront the difficult situation and how to find solution. I think all of us are trying only for that in our life. And there he said, most of the people unfortunately come at the age of 70, 80 and asking, Swamiji, what is the purpose of my life? So if they come to me a little earlier, they would have been, and I think, I thought I should do something. Then I asked, what is the purpose of the life? I am already 50. Now what can I think? He said, you know the purpose of the trees. I was taken aback and said, a tree, when it is planted, it has to be taken care, it should grow, and then, afterwards it starts giving fruits, shade to the society, and then it dies off. So human being also, initially your parents will take care, then you have to take care of your family, and then you have to contribute to the society. So it was really a turning point. I thought what I should do, but I was saddened with a business. Fortunately, my son had a brainwave who was studied in US and was working there at a good job. He felt that he should come back and live with us. So when he came, I said, you take this, relieve me. That is how I entered the legal profession. Legal profession, I think, it's a wonderful area in spite of so much of slugfest which is in the public domain recently. And unfortunately, our judiciary is, it should be at least 100 years back. No, nothing has happened. No, another 1 minute. No, because everybody knows. I'll just give an example. See, one of the present Supreme Court judges who was earlier in High Court, he is a close friend of mine. So, no, I was sitting with the Chief Justice. She called me for some suggestion on how to improve the systems, etc. That time he walked in. So I was telling her the main problem what I find in the profession is most of the senior lawyers and the judges, they are having a computer phobia, a system phobia. They are all the traditional. Then he says, what Menon says is true. I am the chairman of the E committee and I have fear for the computer. And so this is what the system. None of them want anything system. Without computer, without software, it's not possible to change. Every other field in this country has changed. But unfortunately, judiciary has not changed. And they are very good in issuing sermons, but to put it into practice themselves. So I'm trying to fight in maximum and intent writing a book on what actually happens behind the black color, because I'm sure none of you will know what is happening. There is merit is the main casualty, and the basic problem what I have identified is none of the good students go for law. Only the leftovers who cannot get engineering, medicine, CA, nothing. They join law, and those lawyers who are not good enough will become government advocates through the government support. To represent the government, and those government lawyers become the judges. So you can see the what we can expect from this, and it is a deficiency of merit, and except one or two, it is below mediocre. Not even I won't even rate them mediocre.
They are liars, not lawyers.
That's a part of the job.
Thanks. Unfortunately, we are just at 11:15 almost. Yeah. We have got 4 left. Okay. So last one, Kothari, please.
Good morning. I feel blessed, so life has been really good, and it in large part because of various milestone places that I have been, starting with my family, friends, relatives, BITS, IIM, and then University of Iowa. So I want to talk, so after MBA, I went to University of Iowa for PhD, and I thought that I should shed my name, SP2, and introduce myself as Sri Prakash. So I walked into an advisor and I said, my name is Sri Prakash Kothari. And he said, what? And I repeated Sri Prakash, and then he said, strip for cash, that's not a good name, So I said, let me stick to SP, and I have ever since been, with that. But I do want, there has been theme about academics and entrepreneurs, and I want to talk about how academics, it's really, at least in the US, it is an entrepreneur's job. The goal is to come up with ideas for new research papers, and nobody tells you what to come up with. You survey the area, the field, whatever it is, your experiences, whatever inspiration that you draw, and you work on a paper for a year or two, you demonstrate a lot of interest. It's mostly a lonely life, and you do that. And then you hope that it gets published, it gets cited, it has some impact, and then you move on to next paper. So it is a serial entrepreneur job, and that has been the journey. I enjoyed it, I have loved it, I have been very fortunate. And the connection of that, I think, is to, whether in the corporate world or entrepreneurial world, it is the key part is coming up with ideas. So if you don't have good ideas, you won't be a good leader. If you don't have good ideas, you won't be a successful entrepreneur. And the same thing is true in academia, I think, the next part, so after that academic and I was doing well, no good deed goes unpunished. So I had shown some having MBA and I had some administrative skills. So I became head of the department there and I moved to MIT. They had asked me to improve the group and I became head of economics, finance and accounting department and then became deputy dean. And then one day I get a call from Barclays Bank, and they said that, well, we know you have been deputy dean, so it is like herding cats, and you also have been, in research, you have done a lot of research on securities markets. So would you be global head of equity research at Barclays? And my first reaction was, did you get the right Kothari? I've not managed any money ever in my life, so. And next thing, so I moved to San Francisco, and I was managing a couple $100 billion. So, and then, but my timing was not good. I joined in July 2008. So when people ask, how do you manage $100 billion? Well, I say, you start with 200 billion and then you lose 100. So that's pretty much what happened with me. And then the firm got bought out by BlackRock, and I left, and I was happy to be back at MIT. I had a good experience at Barclays and at San Francisco, wonderful place, and all of those things. Then I came back at MIT and was, continued as deputy dean. And then one day again, I was sitting in my office and phone call comes and says that, well, would you be interested in becoming the chief economist at the SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission? I said, hello, yeah, of course I would be. And that was very quick. But in terms of, that gave me enormous amount of satisfaction. It's public service. I had to, in the process of getting confirmed and being appointed there, they go through, you have to give up all your private engagement and other things. So jokingly, I say that I had to divest everything except my wife. So that's how it was. But that was the biggest job I ever had. And public service, we are a very privileged group, all of us. We have been, enormously beneficial because of the people who we have been associated with, the institutions that, and all of them have given to us without any expectation. We have been at the receiving end, and I think that we owe it to the society to give back. So I encourage you to enjoy if you haven't already done that. Many of you, almost all of you have already done that, but I continue to embark on that. Encourage all of us to continue to embark on the journey of some public service or giving it back. So, but thank you for giving me an opportunity to share some of my thoughts, and all the best. Thank you.
Thanks. It was a wonderful, I think, engaging session. I think everybody will have same opinion listening to all this. And the four we have missed, I would like to carry it forward in the afternoon session before we start the entrepreneurs. I think if that's okay with them, so I'll speak to them individually. Huh? Who are the four? Okay. Nandkishore, Sanjeev Sachdeva, Raghunayar, and Amarnath Reddy. Yeah. But variety of experiences, wonderful variety of experience. I think that shows the batch is wealth of, diversified experiences, not one kind. And I'm happy to see Professor Khandwala is here, Professor Jaju is here, Professor Ramadas Singh is here, and Professor Pestaji is already here. So we'll break for a quick round of coffee and then join back. I think 11:45. Maybe we'll run 15 minutes late. So please go, have a cup of tea and come back and interact with the professors who are here already. Yeah. Thank you. Acha, Sunil Maheshwari. So we can start the next session. Yeah, we are all set to start the next session. I'll request Arun Goel, Piyush Gupta, and Shashi Sachdeva. Please come over here. Shashi? Yeah. So we'll have now release of the memorabilia which has been created. The brain behind it was our Arun Goel, and he has put in months of efforts to get this done. And you have got a glimpse of it in the collage, and now we'll see what he has done. So I'll hand over to Arun Goel to talk about little bit about it before it gets released.
Atanu has been too kind with the words. Actually, it has been a team effort. So all four of us has worked, and we had a very occasional and very, regular level video conferencing, and where ideas were there and tried to culminate them. So it's been a great effort and great team effort. I'm thankful to everyone for their contribution. Of course, many of you may not have liked it, so I really followed up people, chased them, and especially particularly getting the old photograph was a challenge, and many people had privacy issues and other things. But anyway, we came through all that, and now we have a good thing in place. So thank you very much. And Atanu, of course, has been the leader and coordinating the whole thing. Thank you, Atanu. Yeah. So, acha. वो कहाँ है? Yeah. So we have a small 1-minute video. So I'll ask him to just press the button.
Now I'll request Professor Jai Saha and Professor Pradeep Khandwala to come and formally release this memorabilia. Professor Saha, Professor Khandwala, come. You're open here. Yeah, be close. Great effort, great production, I must say. Yeah. Yeah. Please.
There are no privacy issues.
Thank you so much, sir. Yeah. Yeah.
So we have printed 125 copies. So I got confirmed from the people who are, couples that they'll need only one copy. So it's the exact number. So we've got 129 profiles. And we have 25 copies kept in Delhi. So the idea is that the people who have not joined over here from Delhi, they can collect from me. And otherwise, people who have come from Bombay, otherwise outside, and in case they are collecting for the friends, they can collect it from here. And in case some of you are not able to collect it, then we'll send it, courier it to you. Okay, thank you.
I think everyone appreciates, but the amount of effort Arun has put in, I think it is phenomenal. Please, give him. It's very difficult to describe the kind of effort which has gone through it, because for each and every photographer, there have been so many decision-making points that, you know, whether this size, this side, this color, there are hundreds of this, and I was a model for the whole thing because my photographs are only one available at that time. So, so all the various versions were planned with that, but the amount of effort which has gone into it, please, really appreciable. Thank you very much. Thank you. Pardon?
In fact, apart from this souvenir which has been brought out, we could use this photograph, you know, of 1980s and current photograph and the family photograph which is in the souvenir. And this has been used also for the coffee mug which has been created for customized. So everyone has been given this coffee mug. And also a collage has been created with everyone, you know, old photograph and new photograph. And that's a unique first time I think it has been done from the batch, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So here we have this pleasant, you know, very nice moment to honor all our professors who taught us, who are there during our time, to felicitate them. And we'll have one by one coming over, and I'll call upon one of the batchmates to come and do the honor, and then request the professor to say a few words about either about the batch, about your experience, and how do you see we are moving, maybe about the institute. So we'd like to hear from you in a few words. So we'll start with, you know, we had a case, if you remember, case is born. You remember? And we had Miss Pink, you know, Professor Miss Pink. So we'll invite first Professor Pink, Professor Indira Parekh to be honored by us. And may I request Manisha Desai to come over and do the honor? Thank you. Huh? I know you. I do. Yeah, Manisha. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, front. You have to put it. You have to put it. Yeah. Up. No, they. Acha, okay. Yeah. Madam can come here. Yeah, they want all of them. Yeah. Yeah, it is matching. Coincidence. It's a coincidence, not planned. Yeah. Now a few words from you.
I was trying to remember what I remember of this batch, but see, as age progresses, you remember events, but not the year. But this Miss Pink, when Atanu says, I remember because I was teaching first year class, I think section C, and 22 people were absent. I was so mad because there was a match before night. So I said the students are interested in the match and not in the class. So I said next week they can all remain absent. Then Professor Pramod Verma was the PGP chairman. So after the class, I went to his office and I said, I've suspended 22 students for a week. He says, you can't do that. I said, I've already done it. And you've got to support me. If you don't support me, I don't teach the rest of the classes. So we settled down to talk and we discussed a lot. Finally, I said, okay, I will only agree if the students write a case. And we teach the case in the class because that will determine whether I did the right thing or the wrong thing. And therefore, they wrote the case Miss Pink. So that's the one event I remember of IIM. And I think, Atan, you were the CR? And so,
the CR and SAC coordinator.
And the coordinator. So we used to make a lot of fun of Atanu because he used to make some very funny statements, even like he's doing now. So even in class, I had a good time making jokes around him, but he's a good student, never took offense of what I did. So good memories. Those were innocent times of IIM. Faculty-student relationships were very good, and there were very little issues or agendas, and everybody was concerned about learning and teaching. That's the best part of IIM I remember in those days. And I had just begun my career at that point of time. I mean, I had become a faculty and started teaching first-year classes, and I was terrified because everybody said, teaching IIM is okay, but teaching first-year IIM is horror. So I was really scared when I went to teach the first-year classes. But the students were good to me. They were very, very good to me. So I don't have nasty memories of being... Open house, yes. And lots of students used to come at the open house every Wednesday I had at home. PGL, yes. Holi was at Pulin's house. Holi was at Pulin's house. New Year was at my home. Bale party.
Thank you so much. Yeah. No. I'll now request our batchmate Raghu to come and get the privilege to honor Professor Kalru. Raghuram, K. Raghuram. Yeah. But this, first is this. Okay, yeah. Front, yeah. Give it to him. You can put at the shoulder. Yeah.
I'd like to just say something. I think Deepayan here will remember Mahanagar Dairy. And who else was in that batch with us? Rajiv. The three of us. And there was a fourth person who probably didn't contribute. But we remember that case study so well because Professor Caldo took, he loved the analysis we had done and went to the extent of telling us that this was a model analysis of the case. So can you imagine, now I was up on cloud 15 when Professor Caldo gave us the... Sorry, what is that? Nobody knows, yeah. Well, this is what he told us. He didn't tell anybody else. So, so thank you again so much, Professor Caldo, for everything you did for us. Yes, a few words from you.
Well, thank you very much for the kind words that you have just spoken from the entire batch. I joined IIM Ahmedabad in 1970. So I'd already been on the faculty for 10 years when your batch entered. And just 1 year prior to your batch coming in, I also completed 2 years as the chairman of the postgraduate program. So those were very two active years, and therefore the following year, probably I did not go around, mix around too much because, you know, your sins keep following you. And with such a short tenure that you all have here, just 2 years, the transfer of happenings, of events, is almost certain. And therefore, you know, there's no choice but to stay behind. Now, you made a reference to the case that you all sat in the class. And when I came to this institute, I was no lover of cases. In fact, I used to have serious arguments with Professor Ravi Mathai, God bless him, about the necessity of using the case method. And I used to argue that there is equal advantage and perhaps more insight to be gained from theory. And we all know that there is no practice which succeeds, which does or is not founded on theory or results into a good theory, either way. So I became a late user of cases at IIM Ahmedabad. I started writing some also and used them to the best of my ability. But today I would like to thank one of my colleagues who is not with us anymore for initiating me into this, and that is Professor V.L. Mote. I hope you all remember him as much as we do. It's not just the book. It's so many things that he did, he spoke about, and indeed influenced. That's very important. So it's been a long journey for me. I have now been associated with the institution for more than 50 years. And I feel all the time that as far as I'm concerned, it's not a question of what I could impart to those who went through the portals of this institution. I consider myself fortunate if you all feel I did something. But I can honestly confess to you that I feel proud of the fact that I have benefited so much from this institution. And great institutions are not those who do something for others, who pass through their portals as students and study there and get degrees and so on. Great institutions are those who build future generations. Great institutions are those who actually contribute to the well-being, the knowledge, and indeed wisdom of those who are a part of it. And I would like to say that IIM Ahmedabad has done all of this for me. And I would like to attribute this to 3-4 reasons. And I'm talking about all this because I'm not able to recall events now or individuals. But at least let me share some thoughts with you. And first on my list is the fact that we people at a very young age got the opportunity to interact with some of the finest minds in the country. And people who had a rare commitment to their own institution and future. So it was always a pleasure to be challenged in the class. And if you have some kind of self-respect, you obviously don't want to fail in that challenge. So whatever we did was in response to that challenge. And generations of students at IMA have contributed to my knowledge, my development, my growth, and whatever I have been able to do. So that's very important. And I think that still happens. And so once in a while, if students don't come to class, it's okay. And even if the number is as large as 20, 22. But Indira, I want to tell you that on 1 or 2 occasions, I walked out of the class. I did not take any action, I just walked out of the class. And in that class, there were great people like Professor Raghuram, who became the director of IIM Bangalore, who was also our student at IIM Ahmedabad. Okay, and bringing him at IMA was also one of my contributions at a point of time. The second reason that I would like to mention is that we got this wonderful opportunity to actually relate to, mix with, learn from, and work with some of the best minds on the faculty. And these were all people who had a lot of experience to share with us. I just took the name of Professor V.L. Mote, but there were so many others. Mote's name I took only because of his contribution to my involvement in the case pedagogy. And he would always, as even people at Harvard say, and I also keep repeating, you never teach cases. So, you never teach cases. You learn whatever you want from them. So we got this remarkable opportunity to have some of the finest colleagues to work with. And you know, not everybody became a Nobel laureate or received these great awards and so on, but every individual added to our own well-being. So Pradeep, I mean, you know about these things as much as I do because you come from the behavioral sciences area. The third thing that I would like to mention is the remarkable opportunity we got to associate with and relate to achievers from industry who came to our programs or to whom we went to get some things done, some work done, and write cases, and so on. And they were also a remarkable, source of learning. I can name many because so many of them have gone on to, even today, hold the highest positions in the country, not just in the corporate sector, in the country. And the credit, of course, goes to those who have come here and been a part of our system. And the fourth is also very important. This institute gave us all tremendous opportunity. And this opportunity came to us from the highest level of policymakers. And I can recall with great joy and happiness the kind of interactions we had with the Prime Minister of the country, the President of the country, and those few snippets that they would mention to us added to a whole lot of learning. I know I can go on and on. I won't do that. There are many more reasons. So, to me, you all, not only your batch, but other batches, and the entire IMA system has been my teacher. And they are my gurus, and I will always remember them as my gurus. So, I also bow down to you all as my guru. It is my desire that you bless us all, not just me, the entire system. And may the Lord Almighty bless all of you, your families, in all that you do and in your life. Thank you very, very much indeed.
Thank you so much. This one. I'll now request Professor Pradeep Khandwala to come over here, and one of our batchmate Geeta Iyer to come and do the honor. have to put on the shoulder. Oh, yeah.
It was wonderful to hear Indira and Amar, a very, how shall I say, not only stimulating but evocative things about what they experienced at IMA. And I share your views and Indira's views also, that here this is a place where you learn a lot from students and from your colleagues and from industry and from other people you interact with. And I still remember we used to have these Christmas carols, and some of you would come over to our place and sing. Yeah. Is it audible now? Yeah, okay. And it was a wonderful experience to see that most of you are not Christians, and yet you were sufficiently broad-minded to be able to sing about the wonderful things of Jesus. So that was something that I remember. I also remember the holy color spraying that some of you indulged in, not some of you, most of you indulged in. And we were the victims, if you like, beneficiaries of all those colors. And not only that, some of you went on to dunk us. And there was a tank close to my house, and I remember being dunked in that tank once. And that was a mark of respect that, I got dunked, did you? So there was a lot of very interesting things. I also remember the wonderful things that happened on Luikan Plaza, the kind of celebratory things that we did. And that's okay, at various festivals, garbas and ras and all that sort of thing. So it was a wonderful camaraderie. At that time, the difference between students and faculty was erased. We were all together. I think that, as Amar said, was a wonderful thing about this institute, and I do hope that it continues. I'm obviously out of touch with IMA now, 20 years retirement, but I do hope that that spirit of camaraderie, that you are interacting with not just students, but with captains of industry of the future, that I think was a wonderful thing. And also, of course, the wonderful colleagues that many of them are here, stimulating in their own ways, not only in their areas of expertise, but in many, many other things. We used to have long conversations about the world and about India and so on and so forth. So that was a very wonderful thing that I remember. By the way, I had a hand in creating this auditorium. I remember our architect came and said that he has designed an auditorium which can be used for only 10 days in a year. And I was the director at that time, and I said, what nonsense is this? We are spending how many crores of rupees on an auditorium which will be used only 10 times a year? Ridiculous. So we had NID people come and design these chairs where you're sitting, and we made sure that this auditorium was used not 10 times, but practically every day through various classes and so on that were, you remember Indira, we used to have this PGP OB class where we used to have these simulations and so on in this very hall. So that was another great thing. My wife she passed away 3 years back. She was very active in designing the gardens of this place with Shyama Sarabhai. And not only she did, but a number of faculty wives also joined in this thing. And so it was a very beautiful, we had lots of musical programs. We had Ravi Shankar, and we had a number of other great artists who came to this campus and played in the other place, not here, this was not ready at that time. But what's the other thing called? 324? 324, right, 324, yeah, right, I want to recite a little poem that I wrote some time back, if I remember the words right. Many feet tread water, only a few, like the rest of you, leave prints. Many feet tread water, only a few leave prints. One final thought I want to leave with you, which is the kind of a product, if you like, of my 50 plus years of being a doctoral student, faculty, researcher, teacher, trainer, board member, consultant, and so on, is that I have found not only wishful thinking, but in through research, that three great values are, if you like, a gateway to excellence. And when I say excellence, I don't mean just career excellence. I mean genuine human excellence. And those three values are creativity, which some of you might remember I used to teach in MCI. Creativity is one, competence is another, which you picked up at IMA. And third is compassion. And that compassion is extremely important. There's a wonderful synergy between these three, because when you are creative, you come up with options. The question is whether you use those options for benefiting yourself and others or for harming other people. And that's where compassion comes in. And competence, if you execute them well, you got a beneficial cycle going upwards and upwards, where you, society, your organization, community, family, all go upwards through this process of this synergy. So that is the insight I thought I would leave with you. I've written about this quite extensively in my books, and I do hope the very best for you, the very best ahead. This is not just that you are 60 odd years now, that of course is true, but that is the beginning of your career. Your career as social leaders, as people who make a contribution to society. You've done enough for yourselves, you've been wonderful at your work, you've risen high in life. That's good, but now is the time when you should think of what you can leave behind, which is a legacy. Thank you so much again.
I'll now request Professor T.V. Rao to come here, and may I request Nagappa to come and do the honor. You know.
This is an honor for me.
No, I'm fine. Well, ever since Atanu, you wrote to us almost a month back.
6 months back.
6 months back, okay. The last I looked at, I kept thinking, what would I say? Particularly last 10 days. And you know what I will say if it is last 10 days. Welcome to the Institute. Welcome to the group of senior citizens. I think everyone has entered this, so there are two. And I'm particularly happy to see all of you coming here with the old logo on your yes, that is it. Yes. And see there. And see the future. How lousy is it? We don't want the future to be lousy. We want it to be only mobile friendly and young people friendly, but we would like the heritage not to be lost. When talking of the heritage, if any of you can help, is Amit here in this team? Amit Khare? He's not here. Well, I'm sure some of you can make it. I think next time when you come 10 years from now, I am afraid the surroundings here are not going to be the same as you see here. I'm told the municipal corporation is taking away 20 feet inside to extend the road. And about 70 of the trees which have had about 60 years of life is going to go away. You can do away with the logo, you can reconstitute it, but a tree which takes about 60 years to grow, all the trees that you have seen, if they go, you need another 60 years. I asked for Amit. I thought if he's here, we could specially request him. Can he intervene?
He must be seeing the transmission, broadcasting.
Okay, he's saying the transmission. Specially request him and other civil servants who may have connections. All that it needs is a word to be put in so that I think this particular place remains green, especially when students are going up. They need more oxygen. Multi-story buildings are coming up. So we like to see IIMA as it was on the strong points of it. That will be a great help that you will be doing. Athanu, I was following your talk in the morning. Two things you mentioned, and I totally agree with him. You are all achievers. In fact, I don't see any reason why you should be honoring us. We should be honoring you. We should be honoring you. You have done marvelous things in your life. Marvelous things. I was listening to vice chancellors, civil servants, police officers, besides entrepreneurs, corporate sector, educationists. I think you have done wonderfully well. Wonderfully well. And I like what Pradeep has said. I strongly believe in it. If some of you are following my writings, one of the books we wrote, Athanu and I were partners in the first 4 publications of IIM. When Athanu was here, I wrote on managers who make a difference because IIM wanted to start the publication series. And I talked of 4 categories of people. Doers, you mentioned in your talk. Achievers, you also mentioned in your talk. But you didn't mention visionaries, which is the 3rd category of people. We'd like to see you as visionaries, graduate. And as Pradeep has said, I think this is a good time if you want to have a second, third, fourth career. You can pick up any one cause, and I'm so happy to see some of you have already picked up those causes and started working with it. In that book, I talked of missionaries, and later I wrote another book called Effective People. 2 of the people figure out here, Pradeep Khandwala, Anil Gupta, effective teachers. I took effective civil servants. Now I define them as those people who look at their job with passion, work, not work for what they get at the end of the month, but work for impacting others. I think this is something all of you, each one of you can do. And in that book, I defined effective people as those who are constantly discovering their capabilities, competencies, and using it to change, to make a difference in the lives of others. So, effective people, then I categorized them into very effective people and super effective people. Super effective people, that is what Pradeep indirectly or maybe directly mentioned, are the people who are institution builders. Anil, if you look at Anil Gupta, I'm sure that you all know, Srishti, innovations, whole lot of things. Now the institution builders, like we all remember people like Vikram Sarabhai, Ravi Mathai, and all of them, leave the legacy. And you mentioned Vasant. If Vasant's motto is here, he would only talk of one thing. Single-mindedly, he would tell IIM board, he will tell IIM society, he will tell alumni, do something for the society and do what is ethically right, I think. And I was so happy to hear one of you talking about people, purpose, process in the morning, those of you who are listening. I think this was Piyush probably who talked about it. People, I strongly believe in this. Institution building, leave institutions. And I think each one of us have that kind of a capability. About your batch, I think I remember a lot more about individuals with whom I have interacted. Athanu, as soon as he graduated, he took up his job, used to come and discuss with me how practice and theory were different. I'm sure you remember how values are taught in the classroom but not exactly followed in the corporate sector. Later, of course, I have had good opportunity. I used to be advisor to Geeta, and of course, I only saw her dances much later. I think, I don't know, here or later when she came back. Paramesh, I happened to meet at IDS Sussex. Vijay mentioned all books that he has written, but he forgot one important book both of us wrote, Vijay Shri Chand. And that is, where are you, Vijay? Yes. Nurturing Excellence. Maybe he didn't mention about it because the book is out of print. But this is one book which talks of experiences of many of the faculty here, including Pradeep, Dholakia. Many of them have written about lessons of institution building in this. I think this is a good book to read. It's out of print, but we can get, if any of you are interested, somewhere we can make sure, if you write to us, we can get this. I think this is a great institute. As I think Amar has said, I think I have grown. I have written, I have documented my experience of IMA. It's a working paper available here. I think the best thing to do is give your best to the place where you work. And giving is the best way of getting. You will get the best. That is the only message I like to give. I want to thank you, congratulate all of you for all your success. And thanks a lot, Atanu, and all of you for arranging this.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. Very nice. Thank you. We'll have Professor Jahar Saha now, and I'll request our batchmate Vijay Sericha to come and do the honor.
Good morning, everybody. Amar and others mentioned that institute helped them to grow. I probably is the person who has grown at this institute. I joined as a research assistant at this institute, and I was also director for 5 years at this institute. Narayan Murthy was with me as research associate at this institute. So when he became the chairman, first meeting of the board, he mentioned there may not be any institution in the world where two of the current top people are those who are at the lowest level of academic cadre in the same institute. This is what IIM Ahmedabad is all about. Okay? I thought I would mention this. I thank you for inviting me. Actually, when Atanu said that, can you come? I said, no, it's, I live in Calcutta just for 1 day. That's not worth it, so I won't come. Then just so happened is I am Udaipur director, Dr. Ashok Banerjee said, can you come for a week? And he said, come on 4th evening. So then it occurred to me, it may not be a bad idea to go via Ahmedabad, and that's how I'm here. Atanu in his reminder writes, for not more than 3 to 5 minutes, about your batch and any significant observations about some remarkable, unforgettable moments in your journey with the Institute, or any significant shifts you have observed. Until I received Atanu's reminder, I didn't know that I had to say something here. Let me tell you about this institute. I started teaching with late Professor V.L. Mote. He said that I must put my best effort into teaching. That's the word he used. He stressed that it was not teaching in the traditional sense, sense of transferring knowledge. The purpose, Dr. Mota emphasized, was to help participants learn concepts to use in resolving concrete issues. I learned that exams are not to test whether students remember things, but test their understanding and ability to use knowledge. I also understood that students must know how we evaluate their papers and why they get a grade what they got. An incredible education philosophy, and we unscrupulously followed it. I don't remember any of you in the classroom. Then I realized that I didn't teach you in the first year. I was not here when you were in the first year. I came back 81, and I was made the warden of the student body. So I remember something about my experience as a warden. One day, a few girls came to my office, and I was really taken aback because 5, 7 girls entering that small office. So I didn't know what they were going to say. And they told me that you have to do something about the boys coming to the hostel after certain hours. So I didn't know how to respond. And I said that, but we have the rule. Have you seen the hostel rule? I read it very carefully. It is clearly stated that after 9 o'clock, boys cannot go to their girls' dorm. So would you like me to put a policeman near the your dorm? I can do that. Think about it and let me know. They went away. After a few days, they came back and they said, you don't have to do that. Let it be where it is. So that... Actually, when I was thinking through, I laughed at all this. Somebody came to my office, one boy. He said, sir, people are peeping to my room. I said, I didn't know what to tell him. Then I said, okay, who are the people? So he gave a host of names. I called one day to one of them and gave a lecture on personal privacy and all. It was, I didn't know what to say, but I just said. Fortunately, there was no complaint after that. This was really, really sad and really... one night, maybe after midnight, 2 girls came to my office, not office, to my home, and they said, we can't go to the hostel. I said, why? He said, so-and-so is standing near the girls' dorm. If he goes, he will enter the dorm. Can you do something? So I came along with them. I saw that boy was standing there. Seeing me, he went away. So they entered it. So I called the boy. We went home. Till morning, I was talking to him, listening to him. And I discovered he firmly believed one of the girls and they were in love. And he was acting only on that conviction. Then I had to tell him, look, she doesn't want to see you, so wouldn't you say? And so he understood, and that was it. So I can go on. There are many, many interesting anecdotes I can make, but I will not talk more. I didn't know, I tried to remember whether I knew anybody in this batch besides Atanu. When I was sitting there, I just saw K. Raghuram. Not Raghuram? Yes. he was a tennis player, and I, huh? Raghuram and I used to meet occasionally, and I saw he was a tennis player. So innocently I said, Raghu, you love tennis, why can't you play in Europe and all that? Raghu one day was very seriously told me that it's not easy. How I was really not knowing anything about professional tennis till much. Raghu told me that to be able to teach, or to be able to play in Europe, kind of practice, kind of money that I can't do that. I said, okay, baby. So when I saw him here, I remember that at least one more person I knew in this way. I didn't teach you in the first year, that's why probably I don't know anybody. But I'm always very, very passionate about anybody associated with the Institute. So you are, even though I may or may not have taught you, but you are one of my many, many friends. And thank you very much. Wish you all the best in life. You have achieved. Maybe you will achieve more. Thank you very much.
So we'll have Professor Anil Gupta, and you have seen Professor Gupta is working with a worker, and that shows the kind of love and fondness he has for our batch, So we are so thankful for you to, come over here. He got a leg injury and recovering. So, may I request Manoj Das to come over and do the honor?
Thank you, Atanu. Thank you, Vijay, who is here, Vijay Sharichan. I recently met Rajiv Bhatnagar. Is he here? Oh, hi. I must remember my meeting with him, and he said he will be here in reunion. We met in Jammu Kashmir. He's advisor to the governor, which is a very senior position, and given a strategic state that he's in. So we are very proud of you, Rajiv. It's wonderful that we have such alumnus who have distinguished themselves in handling some of the most critical challenges that our country is facing. Like him, there may be many more whom I do not know, because I joined in 81. And in 82, I taught DDDO, Design and Dynamics of Development Organization, which some of you might have been there. And that was the first second-year course, and EP2 was the first course that I taught. But I remember that being the first year that I was here, I was called many times missing link, because I was quite young and most of the faculty members were senior, and I looked like a student here. So that was very nice. Many of you I have met otherwise in some occasions, and I really relish that you are all here. A few years later, the Honeybee Network started, and I must say that the kind of support that I received from this institute is stupendous. Never, I don't think any faculty member anywhere in the world would have received so much support that I did. And whatever we could achieve in Honeybee Network, Sashti, Gyan, and National Innovation Foundation was possible because students and scholars and faculty, all of them were part of this movement that has started here. Many of you may not know, but you have contributed in different ways, either by appreciating, listening, critiquing, or sharing the ideas that emerged this. We just had a People's Festival of Innovation at IISc, Indian International Center, for 10 days. And we had a conclave of startups here a day back. So I would only say that we are very thankful to you all for being here, because this is a place which helped us all grow. This is a place where every one of us learned from each other, and also in some sense learned from the common people. That is what my effort in life has been, to show that there are 4 teachers from whom we all learn. Teacher in nature, teacher among common people, teacher among peers, and the teacher within. The teacher within is the one that continues to taunt and talk things that we don't want to hear many times. But that's the true teacher, which I hope will remain awake and alive in all of us and steering us to the path that we have chosen. I appreciate all the colleagues who have mentioned that there is a lot to be done still, and never ever think that the retiring from life is actually a time of retrying things that we have not yet done. I continue to teach even now, and I will continue to teach as long as I can. And I really relished the moment when, Atanu, you brought me here. Atanu was dean here, and Atanu was a student here, and Atanu was a scholar, and I met him in IIT Bombay also when he was there. So I appreciate you, Manoj, and all of you for this moment. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you, sir. Now I'll request Professor Pestaji to come over here. And may I request Vinita Dang to do the honor? Fine, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting us. And am I audible? Yeah. Okay. When we started the ceremony of putting the shawls, and people said that there is some type of a matching going on, starting with Indira, I thought when I was thinking of coming for this in the morning, that I should wear something which I have used in your class. This is a very precious thing for me, because I bought it in 1968 from a city called Prayagraj. And incidentally, I am the eldest amongst the faculty here. At 83, I think I can make that claim. Pradeep is precisely 10 months younger to me. And I think all the faculty colleagues here, Indira, of course, is much, much younger. You know, ladies never, you know. Yeah. 80 only, yeah. So, we had some great revision. I was in Banaras Hindu University, and we had celebrated great revisions. We got some money. And I happened to be visiting Prayagraj, so I bought this from the Khadi ashram there. It is still in good shape, you know, this, but I thought of using it today because I thought I can emphasize myself better with you. It was a very trying time for me looking after your batch, let me tell you. I wouldn't like to go into the details. I joined in 79, and started teaching you in 80. I was selected by IIM in 1970 for a faculty position. It was a very strange situation. I was selected in 70, joined in 79. Anybody who would get an appointment letter from IIM would rush to join as a faculty. I was with the Banaras Hindu University, a very young researcher. My team of researchers were already, we were #1 in the country for 8 years. And I had no great charm rushing to IIM, Ahmedabad or anywhere else. So I stayed on. Again, 1976, 77, when there was some change at the top level in Wing 5. I was approached. And 79 I came on 2 years leave. I didn't resign my job. And Professor V.S. Vyas, who was the director then, told me that we know you from a distance. Now, there are lots of problems. Better remain unsaid. And he said that OB requires a lot of looking after. So he put me in as area chair. He called me and said, you become the area chairman. I refused. After a few weeks, he again called me. I again refused. He called me a third time. And he said, if you say no, I'll issue an order. So I told him very politely that if, like the German measles, everybody has to have it, I will have it when my turn comes. He said, no. I want you to be the area chairman. And the best method, best strategy I could conceive of to bring things on track, as the old saying goes, was to start teaching. So I started, I volunteered, and for the first time we had notes prepared for the sessions, which we shared. I remember I prepared 8 notes myself, which put pressure on my other colleagues also to follow suit. Anyway, those things, okay, things have changed and all that. Nandu was telling me, how can you remember me? But there are other people who remember me for something else. Somebody mentioned about my homeopathy on the campus. And they told him, yeah, he's there. And I told him that I gave it up long time back for some good reason. And the reason was that many of my colleagues on the campus started complaining that I have got inside information about their families and all that. So I said, better give up. No. That takes me to something different. I don't want to be pedantic. I don't want to tell you how great you are and how great you are going to be and all those things, which generally some of my colleagues did when they entered the first year class. I was quite aboard. I said, how can we be praising people without knowing what they are going to land up in? But there's something which I thought I'll share with you, a slightly serious note, and that's my concern for health. COVID has brought into focus this aspect of human existence quite a bit. Everybody is talking about physical health all over the world. People are now also taking cognizance of mental health. I published a paper published in Vikalpa in 1984 on executive health. I got very negative response from my HRD fraternity colleagues because they said, health is none of our business. Health is something personal. As an organization, we only try to help people get themselves treated. So we give financial compensation for bad health. That is the maxim. I said, whatever it may be your maxim, my maxim is different. During my researches, almost 40 years on stress, I identified something called the STL, the stress tolerance limit of the individual. And I identified 4 components. 2 of them are very, very widely talked about after COVID. One is your depression proneness. Second was anxiety proneness. People who are more anxious, they suffer stresses more. Third was anger. Anger is also a very damaging element of human personality. And the fourth element which I identified was type A orientation, speed orientation. You are all supposed to be great achievers. That's what I was informed just now. I presume you are great achievers. But most of you might be thinking that there are still, things to be achieved. So where do you stop? What's the cost you have paid? Physiological cost, social cost, family cost, your own peace of mind. Everything has a cost. So, post-COVID, there's a lot of work, a lot of talk about depression and anxiety. The other 2 elements which I identified have not found a place. But anyway, I'm just putting across this idea to you because at your own personal level and at levels, at your family, and also there are lots of people who get influenced by you in whatever profession you are. You have to look after other people, not just careers. So I'll close with this message. And I can assure you that I remember lots of things and lots of people from your batch for lots of good and not so good reasons. Thank you.
We'll request Professor G.S. Gupta ji to come. Yeah. And I'll request Nida Swarup to come and do the honor. Yeah.
Very, very pleased to see you all in happy faces and healthy, and I'm sure all of you are doing extremely well in your profession. So first of all, let me thank you for inviting me and honoring me as well. We are very pleased actually. And I congratulate you for your achievements and your success, and you are doing so well, and we are very proud of you. Thank you so much. And I've been told to minimize time, and I will speak only a couple of minutes only. Now, in terms of recalling from 20 years or 40 years back, very difficult. You see, we are all senior citizens, and I'm also one of the very senior citizens. Very few of us are very senior citizens. So recalling is hard, but still I can recall 2 things. Number one, 1982, when you graduated, unfortunately I was away, so I had missed your convocation. But I did teach your class. Number 2, I recall, once Professor Mangesh Koregamkar, who was our colleague here, he was dean at School of Management, Mumbai, IIT Bombay, and he invited me to teach a course on macroeconomics. That time, Atanu was right there, and he had very generously invited me for dinner, and I enjoyed dinner with him on that day. I recall that. So that's very great. Now, coming to the Other things, just like you owe a lot to the IIM Ahmedabad, equally we as a faculty, particularly me, I owe a lot to IIM Ahmedabad, partly because we had students like you who were promising career and who were like cream of the India and did extremely well and giving proud to us as well as the institute. Our institute stands because of you, specifically. It is you who brought the name, not we. So, and while teaching you, since you all are so extremely brilliant and hardworking, we also learned a lot from you. It's not that it's one way. You learn from us, we learn from you. And you grow in our career, we also grow in our career. So I have also grown at IIM Ahmedabad, and I'm really grateful toward all this thing. So a wonderful kind of this thing, okay? And I think I don't want to add more because I think time is limited. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Ramadha Singh to come over. And may I request Indu to come over and do the honor?
It is delightful to be invited and honored by you, isn't it? You know, going back 40 years back in the memory lane, you can remember. When Atanu invited me for this function, I remembered only two things. I had taught you leadership and decision making in 3 sessions of, I think it was Professor Shashi Mishra part, so he asked me to teach, so I taught leadership and decision making, 1, to your batch. Second, I used to do my experiments on information integration in decision making. So some of you must have participated in those experiments. I used to pay 5 rupees. You know, 5 rupees because my salary was 1680 at that time. But because of those experiments, I am standing in front of each one of you. So let me give you the history. In 78, I gave a seminar here. Pradeep, Indra, they were colleagues. And they made me professor when I was assistant professor at IIT Kanpur. So I got the letter and I was looking for a reason not to come here. Because I had not seen any industry, did not know anything. Professor Vyas, Anil mentioned, many colleagues mentioned, he said, you come here for a year, do nothing. Just see what we do. If you like, you can stay. Otherwise, you can always go back to IIT Kanpur. We had this kind of leadership. And what I see here in front of me, or what you see in me, I am the product of IIT Kanpur and I am Ahmedabad. I am grateful to each one of you. And one lesson I would like to give from my life. Looking after children of somebody else is the greatest challenge. That I have been doing from 54 years. Okay. So you can see how courageous I am. Okay. One of you mentioned, at the age of 50, you do not know what you want to be. This is true. If we could know what we are, then our life journey would stop. जिंदगी का मतलब है खाना पीना सोना नहीं, आगे बढ़ना. प्रेमचंद जी की लाइन. मैं उनका डिवोटी हो गया हूँ कोरोना के बाद. So the lesson I am giving you, what you see in me in front of you is because of you. And what I want to say, do whatever you do, enjoy doing it. This has been the secret of my achievement, nothing else. So with this, I bless each one of you and I wish that you also enjoy life the way I did. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
I have to go. I have another convocation function. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I'll now request Professor C.G. Ranade. He has come all the way from US and attending yeah. And I don't know, good or bad, because of him I could join IIM Ahmedabad. He was in my interview panel. So I'll request Goindi to come over and do the honor.
Thank you very much. I see a lot of familiar faces with whom I had worked. But I'll tell you one story that I worked in the IMA for 6 years, not that long, from 77 to 83. Out of 6 years, I was on the admissions committee for 3 years. So actually I had met some of you during the interviews, and you joined the IMA because of us actually. And I still remember Atanu and Parmesh. Let me tell you a couple of things about Washington, D.C., from where I come. There are a number of IMA students in the World Bank and IMF. And some of you know them, like Raghuram Rajan himself was chief economist in the IMF, Arvind Subramaniam. There are quite a few people. And when Samuel Paul left IIM and joined the World Bank, I was there. He joined around 1984. I left IIM around 1983. And Samuel Paul, a wonderful person, started an association in Washington, D.C. called Friends of IIMA. It was quite active. And Brian Pinto, some of you may know him, and V.S. Vyas himself. We continued that association for some time. And still there, it has to be revitalized. And I think when I go back, I will do that. Another person I would like to acknowledge is Dhirubhai Desai. I worked in agriculture in CMA. And Dhirubhai started the Center for Management in Agriculture during the time of Vikram Sarabhai. And Dhirubhai involved me in writing his autobiography. I closely monitored what he was writing, and he used to send me emails day and night, and it took him 4 years to write the autobiography. So I wrote a preface for that. So do read that. Dhirubhai, I can call him one of the founding faculty members, like Vasanta Mote, with whom I had worked very closely. So Dhirubhai, I would like to acknowledge. Second and most important is what I taught here. I actually taught 2 subjects. One is economics, and G.S. Gupta will remember. And the second one was in agriculture. So it was quite a combination to teach economics for PGP first-year students, and then teach agriculture. So it was complicated. And I think I was one of the few faculty members from CMA taught to PGP students. What was happening that time, that CMA people, we used to travel a lot. In fact, I used to spend 10 days a month outside Ahmedabad. So we were not here like other faculty members to help you. But simultaneously, some of you were also involved in some important initiative of Ravi Mathai. And one of them was, I would like to mention, was Javaja project. I was involved in Javaja project even after I left IIMA. The second initiative in which CMA students were involved, a very important one, started by Dhirubhai Desai and Gunwan Desai, was an association with BAIF, Bharatiya Agro Industries Foundation. And a number of IMA students worked there, became director of BAIF. Parmesh Shah, who is here, worked there, Mahmood Khan, Hegde, Girish Soni. So that was another thing we were doing from CMA, which actually brought me closer to students after I left IMA. And I would like to mention one student who is here, Parmesh Shah. Where is he? So Parmesh and I still work together in the World Bank. And this is the old association of IIM, which lives forever. I'll mention a couple of more names. I.G. Patel. I.G. Patel and I became very close friends actually, because I.G.'s brother was living next to me, and also I.G. was the chairman of IPRI, where I had worked. So I was hearing every time about the institute. So when I got an invitation from Atanu, my wife Anjali, who is here, and I made sure that this gathering, I think it's one of its kind. I have not received any Ruby invitation for the batch of 1980 or 81 or 79. So I think this is something special, and we came all the way here to meet all of you. I know many of you, and the first person I met on campus was my ISI friend, Jahar Saha. So when I was entering the campus, I met Jahar, met Pradeep, I met Ramani and Anil Gupta, and Indira doesn't recognize me, but Indira and I, we were together in the admissions committee. Okay, let me tell you last story about the admissions committee. And maybe Ramani will remember. In that particular year when we joined, we were asking only one question as a part of general knowledge. And either I will ask that question or another chairman of the committee. The question was, where is Kanyakumari? In which state Kanyakumari is? And most of the students did not answer it correctly. They said it's in Kerala. So the last day, last interview, when our candidate entered, I asked him a question, do you know where is Kanyakumari? Before he sat down, okay? He said, sir, I am from Kanyakumari. He had applied to CMA. Unfortunately, he did not join. But whenever I meet him in conferences in the US, you remember that occasion. Where is Kanyakumari? Thank you.
We'll have Professor Ramani now, and I'll request Paravish to come and do the honor.
I know it is lunchtime, so I will not take too much time. I remember one student always sleeps in my class, and he used to sit in the front row, then the middle row, in the middle seat. You just cannot miss him. I don't know if it was Atanu or not, I don't know. Every day he would sleep. So one day I thought I should do something. So when he was actually sleeping so well, I went to the table, to the desk, picked up his pen and walked back. And then after 2 minutes, I called him to answer a question. He was searching for his pen. So I just went and gave him the pen. After that, he has not slept in my class. Thank you so much. I remember teaching you mathematics and statistics for management. But over a period of time, about 25 years ago, I changed my interest into healthcare management. Wrote a few books on healthcare management. We set up a center here along with Professor Dilip Mavlankar, Center for Management of Healthcare Services. It is still the only IIM in the country which works on healthcare management. And I have written a few books. The most recent book is on, I think it will be of interest to you, the most recent book is on preventing insidious lifestyle diseases. It is available on Amazon. I'm not here to market the book. He told me very specifically, this is not the occasion to market your books. So I'm not marketing it, but if you have time, you can browse through that in Amazon. It's about the lifestyle, how we have changed our lifestyle. It's not only for us, but also for the younger generation. So if you're interested, we will be happy to work with you on, and if you're undertaking any project on healthcare, I would be more than happy to be associated with you all. Anything more? Good luck. I'm glad that you all are back on campus. Many of you can remember what you did 40 years ago, but for me, I don't remember. So I just assumed it was Atanu Ghosh who was sleeping.
And I have told Professor Ramani that you please share the link, I'll share with the batch. Yeah, so I'll request now Professor Jaju to come. Yeah, and I'll request Nitin Deshpande to come forward to the honor. And you can be ready for listening to some laughter, actually.
There is no time for laughter because, like as usual, I'm a very unfortunate professor. यहाँ पे मेरी सब classes either lunch के just पहले होती थी या lunch के just बाद होती थी. So again, same challenge I have. But one thing I'll tell you that whatever advice, wisdom, Gyan, knowledge others have given, I will not repeat it. I shapat. I'll keep it very plain and simple and truthful, First of all, let me tell you, I'm extremely delighted, very fortunate to be here amongst you today. And I'll tell you, it has a unique reason. I joined IMA at the same time when you came in, 1980. I joined as a faculty. So, it's a good association that we have. First, your batch is the first full two-year batch, which I witnessed passing out, So therefore, I have a very unique association with your batch. I love your batch very much for that. There is another reason I can't forget your batch. And at the risk of being immodest, especially in august company of my esteemed senior colleagues, I will reluctantly share that with you. Your batch gave me my first recognition, first award as a teacher. So it was Best PGP 2 Professor Award. But more than that, let me tell you about this, is that it was so, it had such an impact on me that kept on my quest for excelling in teaching constantly alive, and I started teaching more and more. But by the way, जो Best Teaching Award सिर्फ इसलिए मिला था, मैं वो subject खुद ही पहली बार पढ़ा रहा था. And take this, as a teacher I'm telling you, when you teach the subject first time, you can relate the best with the student. वो क्या समझेगा, क्या नहीं समझेगा. क्यों आप बीती रहती है ना actually, Really, and thereafter, जब बहुत ज्ञानी हो जाता आदमी, वो सामने का समझ ही नहीं सकता क्या समझे क्या नहीं. ये मेरे टीचिंग करियर में हुआ है, and truthfully बोल रहा हूँ actually. This is what happened actually. Anyway, that was that. And those days, PGP second year, I was to offer this course, which you people took. It was a very popular course. 180 people, out of that 60 people opting for elective course. Because वो IT का ज़माना था उस वक्त, IT was just beginning and it was an IT-based course. The name of the course was DPPL, if you remember, Data Processing and Programming Languages. The course was about designing and programming business applications in COBOL. And it was quite a popular course, and although I was just 2-year-old, people used to take that, And what I remember about that course, and I will never forget, and बहुत बार मुझे याद आता था इसको मैं कैसे पकड़ूं, कैसे पता करूं, and that's the following, I vividly remember Vikram calls, bubbling with joy and jumping on his feet whenever his computer program is to run bug-free, and giving desired results. And in the computer center was to be in the basement of the library, if you remember. And it was a real-time computing environment we had. Terminals were there. And every student is to be given 20-minute slot. वो आके and COBOL में तो इतना type करना पड़ता था actually, So people used to come there and us to be there. And the atmosphere was so live and so enjoyable, All of you were so full with life and maybe इतना वो था, जवानी था, actually 32 साल का था. And we used to have a good time, have tea outside and, it was very, very live. What time to रहा ही नहीं, When I think about that time, I only remember this song, जाने कहाँ गए वो दिन. Trust me, actually, इस type के हो गया, So this is what it is. Second thing I want to comment about your batch is that your batch is a unique batch which has given 3 professors to IIMA. Professor Jayant Verma, Professor Vijay Sherichand, and Professor Athanu Ghosh, actually. Which is rare. And I was very fortunate to get a chance to work closely with them, especially when I was dean, actually, In fact, interestingly, I took over deanship from Jayant, who was my own student in your course, actually. I took it from there, but then we are very close friends also. Since last 25 years, we talk about technology. We together teach, this cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, all of that, even today, actually, So that was the kind of time. And then, while I was dean, the institute decided to have multiple deans, specializing in each area. And then came on board Athanu Ghosh and Dean Alumni. And under his able and very competent guidance, we could very successfully execute the Golden Jubilee function, if you remember. It was a very big success. Yeah, it was a golden moment. So that's the kind of thing that was there. खाने का time आ रहा है, इसलिए what I will say is the following, that well, all in all, your batch has left indelible mark on my memories. आपको विश्वास नहीं होगा, बहुत सारे गैदरिंग्स होते हैं ऐसे, मैं लोगों को जानता नहीं बहुत बार, बहुत सारे बैचेस में. It's only your batch. Trust me, I शपथ. From your batch, I recall people. Raghuram, I told you, used to be a tennis player. Dev, I remember, So Ram Kumar, I remember, Deshpande, I remember. So many of you. And what I'm very proud is that was the beginning foundational time for information technology to pick up. And while talking and chatting with you over the tea, I heard many of you have done exceedingly well there. Not only set up business in India, many have set up business abroad and still managing. And I'm extremely proud, actually. So that's the end of it. But क्या है कि प्रोफेसर जब आता है ना, कुछ तो ज्ञान देना ही चाहिए उसको, actually. तो इज्जत का सवाल हो जाता है. So only last thing I'll suggest to you, and based on my own life, that you may be about 62, 65, 66. Just do the following. When you are 70, thereafter, just live the life for yourself, बीबी बच्चे उनको जो करना कर दिया, पूरा जिंदगी भर कर दिया. Just live for yourself and live like a child, actually. भौरे चलाओ, गिल्ली डंडा खेलो. मैं यही काम करता हूँ. And life is such a big fun there, actually. That's all. Thank you very much. ये तो सब ठीक है आपने दिया. Really what I may miss is you have printed only 125 copies. I would have liked to have 126th copy. Because आप उस वक्त क्या थे और अभी क्या हो, I can then relate properly, you know. So I'm going to borrow your copy sometime.
Thank you. And the last but not least, Professor Venkat Rao. And I'll request Jerry John, is he here? Yeah. Mr. Rao? Yeah, please. Yeah.
Good afternoon to all of you. To start with a disclaimer, I didn't teach your batch. I was on the campus when you were in your second year, because I joined in July 1981. So in my first year, I was only teaching the first year batch, your juniors. So I always wondered why Atanu was insisting that I should come to this function. Now I realize, you know, he must have thought that I'm a very safe person to speak here because I can't reveal any of your secrets. What is it that you did in the class or you did not do in the class, or what you did in the dorm or what you did not do in the dorm. So, but of course, I'm happy to let you know that some of you have become later on my colleagues, like Atanu and Vijay Sharichan, Jayant Verma, and so on and so forth. And as Professor Kalra mentioned earlier, I also got benefited greatly from the institute. Maybe I got more from the institute than what I gave. In a very concrete way, because when I retired in 2014, all the job offers I got were from my students. Of course, many things have changed in my journey through the institute, in my career. I'm still active, of course, in teaching various of course, the greatest change that I remember is the technology evolution, technology revolution that we have lived through and we are still living through, actually. I mean, gone are the days, when you were students, transparency projector was a rarity, We had only 1 or 2 transparency projectors. And then we had to book them in advance. And the pens with which we have to write on transparencies, they were not available easily, And now, when I taught recently in various IIMs, after the COVID, I was amazed to see the kind of infrastructure that has been installed in the classrooms, When I walked into a classroom, I couldn't believe it, It was like some science fiction kind of a room, I mean, there were panels all over, computer projector panels all over. And in addition to those, there was a smart board, I was impressed and amazed that IIMs are willing to spend so much on the classroom infrastructure, actually. And that's very good. And of course, 3 years back, I had an opportunity to give a lecture somewhere on the impact of IT on education. Of course, I kind of mentioned certain things and titled my talk as The Potential of IT in Education. And my main theme was that IT is going to break down the barriers of time and place. I mean, you don't have to be in a classroom to attend a class, nor do you have to attend a class at a certain place, at a certain time, and so on and so forth. I called that as, my title was Potential of IT. And lo and behold, within 6 months lockdown came, and actually that was happening, you know. Unbelievable, actually. Of course, there were some disadvantages also of that. Because when I was teaching on Zoom, many times I see a student's name, but when I call the student, he would not be there, you know. And there are many disadvantages also. Further disadvantages are that students have lost the habit of taking down notes, which is, I'm always pained, you know. And recently, we were teaching in a physical classroom. I was teaching using iPad, because iPad is more convenient. I can keep it horizontally and connect it to the computer and then project it. But what happened was, at the end of the class, students would come to me and said, "Can you share that, whatever you wrote?" I said that, yes, I have the technology to share, but I am not going to share. Because the process of taking down the notes is very important. Because in the process of taking down the notes, so much of learning takes place, you know. And students are kind of losing that habit. Of course, another thing that I want to share with you about the changes in the students is that they have become much smarter than you, perhaps, in your days. Because they have mastered the art of passing exams without reading. Without reading at all. They have lost the habit of reading. This actually dawned on me when I encountered a student during a convocation dinner and asked her, I always thought you were a good student because your responses in the class were very good. But when I graded your papers, your marks were very, very mediocre. What happened? And her answer was very simple and straightforward. I never studied. You see, if people are able to pass through these courses without studying, that means they must be really smart, I feel. And I wish someday I would be having an opportunity to sit with the students in a class and learn how to pass the exam without reading. Of course, they have also changed in many ways. Recently, I found in a course that I was teaching, there were always 3 students sleeping through the class. And I woke up one student, and I discovered that another student went to sleep. So, some kind of conservation law was working. Then I asked other students, why is it happening? Why do these students come to class if they can't stay awake? Then the students laughed and told me, I hope in a lighter vein, that, sir, attendance is compulsory, but attentiveness is not compulsory, So the learning for me was that by just making something compulsory, you cannot really, motivate the students. It's like the old adage that, that horse and water and so on, So, so we still keep learning from students. And I'm really happy to be here and to see all of you. And congratulations to Atanu for bringing us all together. It's not only a reunion of your batch, but it's a reunion of faculty, actually. So thanks a lot for inviting me and giving me this opportunity.
In fact, there are 2 surprises. I know that we are running short of time, but I must. There are 2 professors who couldn't join today, but they have shared their, few words with us. One is Professor Rangarajan, and second is Professor Vijay Govindarajan. So just please listen to it. Come here.
Dear friends, I am happy to greet you all at your 40th reunion at IIMA. All of you have done well. Some of you have stayed with the corporate world. Some others at the other end of non-profit organizations. Some have become entrepreneurs. After a hectic, busy life, you have earned well-earned rest. But you cannot remain idle. You must make use of your abilities in some direction which helps the underprivileged and others who can be promoted. I hope you will find an opportunity to do that. You must also perhaps get involved in some of the emerging areas of concern like pollution, water supply, etc. We should not let your training and experience go waste. Since 1982, I spent 3 decades and more in public policy. At RBI, at Planning Commission, at Raj Bhavan, at Rajya Sabha, and as Chairman of Economic Advisory Council. I have put down my experiences in a book which was released last week. It is titled Forks in the Road, My Days at RBI and Beyond. In life, we meet not just 1 or 2 forks. In fact, life is full of forks, and the way in which we live depends upon how we resolve and how we decide at every fork. The 1980s were spent by me in battling with the government from RBI to reduce the fiscal deficit and also its monetization. We only partially succeeded. Even though the 1980s had a fast rate of growth, the decade ended with a huge balance of payments deficit and fiscal deficit. The crisis of 1990 and 1991 were the result of that. And we did our best to overcome the crisis and also chart out a new path. I'm happy to have been part of the team which ushered in the reforms. In meeting the crisis, we had to find out new ways of solving the problem. Some of you must have read about the shipping of gold, which had to be done, almost 46 tons of gold to be pledged and raise money. The total money raised was $400+ million. But we did not stop there. We introduced the reforms. As far as the monetary side was concerned, the 2 major reforms were: 1, doing away with the system of the issue of ad hoc treasury bills, which automatically monetized fiscal deficit. The second was also to put an end to the administered structure of interest rates. This meant not only individuals and parties have to borrow at market determined rates, but also the government. The government had to go to the market and raise funds through auction. So these are significant changes that happened in the entire monetary and financial system. In the case of banking, apart from introducing prudential norms, which went to strengthen the banking system, We also introduced a competition in the banking system by two methods. One was to reduce, or one was to enable the government to reduce its ownership from 100% to 51%. The second was to allow private sector to set up banks. Another major change that happened during this time was in the foreign exchange market. Instead of the RBI determining the rate of exchange, in early 1993, we introduced a system under which the exchange rate was determined by the market. This was a remarkable change, transformation in the way in which we were conducting our exchange rate operations. In fact, we were able to announce a few years later current account convertibility of. There were many problems and many difficulties. It was not smooth sailing. There were many moments of great anxiety and concern. However, we overcame those problems, and I am sure in your own life you would have done something similar. Once again, let me greet you, all of you, and wish you good health and active life hereafter.
It is wonderful that all of you are gathered for your alumni reunion. And this is such a special class because this was the last class I taught before I went to the US. And I wish I could be personally present. And because I'm not able to be there, I thought I will at least send you my best wishes. And Atanu Ghosh suggested I give you some message, and I was wondering whether I should teach the Smoky Valley Cafe case one more time. But then I thought that may not go down very well. Instead, let me share with you one of a very important lesson that I learned from my grandfather, which has really helped me throughout my career, and hopefully that is something you will find useful as well. What my grandfather told me was life is kind of a journey, and in that journey you pursue different goals at different points in your career. At some point you may want to get to the right college, maybe buy the right house, marry the right person, maybe get the right job, whatever the goal may be. And when you are pursuing your goal, it is always a journey towards that goal. And the journey you are taking in a carriage, and you are the driver of that carriage, and that carriage has two horses, two equally powerful horses. One horse you can totally control, and another horse you cannot control. And as a driver of that carriage, you should only focus on the horse you can control and drive it as fast and as efficiently as you can. Perhaps this other rogue horse that you cannot control may fall in line and you may achieve your goal, or you may not. That is the best you can do. Unfortunately, as humans, we tend to focus on the horse we cannot control. And the paradox of life is exactly at moments when you should control the horse, only focus on the horse you can control, or the moments you focus on the horse you cannot control. Those are moments of adversity. All of us in our lives have faced adversities. Take, for instance, a manager in a company. Suppose the manager doesn't meet performance goals. What is his first reaction? Probably he will say, maybe President Biden is not doing a good job, or maybe China is having, policies which are against business coming from the US. Are you going to fix Biden? No. Are you going to fix China? No. When you focus on the horse you cannot control, you become unhappy, you become miserable, you become low energy, you are pessimistic. But on the other hand, when you focus on the horse you can control, you feel liberated, you see new possibilities, you are optimistic. By the way, that doesn't mean in your journey the rogue horse is not there. Rogue horse is always there in your life journey. But the best way you can influence and control the rogue horse is to focus on the horse you can control. I have kind of internalized this message from my grandfather, and it has really helped me be happy throughout my career. For instance, recently somebody asked me, particularly given the Donald Trump anti-immigration kind of policies, somebody asked me, have I ever been discriminated in the US because of the color of my skin? And my answer to that question went back to the two-horse metaphor. I didn't use the two horses. I told my friend, look, I came into the US on September 2nd, 1974. The day I landed in the US, I told myself I will never be discriminated. I didn't care whether that was true or not. I simply eliminated the horse I cannot control. I have by and large seen good things happen to me in the US. The point here is, this doesn't mean there are not racist people in the US. But the way you can influence the racist person, say even within Dartmouth College, let us say someone is racist, and suppose I'm coming up for promotion. The only way I can influence that racist person is to do such a phenomenal job that they may say, well, I don't want to pull down VG, he's so good. By the way, this is the message I give my two daughters. In life, sometimes you will find a day when you reach the lowest point. Hopefully it doesn't happen to any of us, but it might. But even on the day when you feel you reach the lowest point in your life, always remember, this is what I tell my daughters, always remember there is a horse you can control there. Find that horse and ride it as efficiently as you can. Maybe you'll come out of your low point. Maybe you may not. But don't focus on the horse you cannot control. Many times when we have reached the low point, we begin to act like victims. We wonder, why me? Then you get into a downward spiral. Then you get into depression. There is another important element in this message, which is when you are pursuing goals in your life, choose goals where the horse you can control is more powerful than the horse you cannot control. The two horses are always there, but you have a choice. Which path do you take? I have found the two-horse metaphor to be enormously beneficial in guiding my own life. Hopefully you find it useful. Again, I wish I was personally present in the reunion. I know this is a very special class for me, but let me wish you all the best in your reunion and the life that lies ahead of you. Take care.
I'm sorry, we've run out of time quite a bit, but I think this was a wonderful session to have all of you back and listening to you, and including Pastor Rangarajan and Vijay Govindarajan also. So what I have requested, because now it's too late, I have told all the faculty members who are here who will take a photograph, and I think for a group photo we'll go to the LKP for the batch, because I think it will be quite difficult for them, and they can instead go for lunch at the IMDC. So may I request all the faculty to come over, and then he takes a photograph. And let me also quickly make two announcements. One is that we are supposed to meet at 3:30, and the session is for the entrepreneurs who have had a very successful journey from our batch. They'll share their experience. Also, the four of us who could not share their experience, they'll be first sharing their experience. And this session is open for everybody. including the family members. And I've been told that, most of the spouses, yeah, so spouses have also said that we would like to sit through the session and not interested in the games. So now I think that event is off, right? Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah? Lunch is 2 o'clock. Yeah, okay. So please come near. Up. Just one photograph will take, group photo. Yeah. And all of you can start going to the LKP so that you can organize for the group photo and straight go for the lunch after that. Huh? No, it will not be possible. You can't take that number.